Okay, thank you. Honorable Jamie Hino is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., and your location, please. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., and your location, please. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, and your location, please. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, and your location, please.
I'm present. On my way to Canado.
Okay, thank you, Shana. Honorable Elmer P. Begay is present. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, and your location, please.
Yate, Shade, Happy New Year. This is Delegate Amber Kenneth Bakrati, and I'm here in Sheep Springs, Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Happy New Year to you too. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, and your location, please. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., and your location, please.
Good morning. This is Vice Chair Smith. Location is Tucson. Happy New Year to you all.
Thank you, Shanella. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Chairman, we have 4 members present and 2 members not entering roll call. Chairman?
Chair Henio, this is Peggy.
Ramona for that roll call. It is 10:11 a.m. I'll call this meeting to order. Budget and Finance Committee's regular meeting, January 4th, 2022. Happy New Year to all Shanata, Budget and Finance Committee and staff. Let's move forward. Peggy?
For the roll call, Chair Henio, the members of the Budget and Finance Committee, good morning. Yate Bennett. Jimmy Yellowhair has contacted me and said that he wants to be excused today. He won't be in attendance.
Thank you for that information, and for the record, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair will be excused. With that, moving forward, we'll start with a brand new year with an invocation. Could I, Vice Chair Smith, if you would lead us an invocation on this new year.
Chair Henio, Budget and Finance Committee members, good morning. And those that are listening on board, other council delegates that are with us this morning. And Happy New Year to all. Thank you for giving me the honor to open our first meeting for the first year of 2022 in honor of giving our Lord the praise. Gracious Father, come to you humbly this morning, asking for your wisdom, asking for your kindness and your compassion to do the right thing for all our people as being leaders. You appointed us as being leaders for the past 3 years, and as we go through the 4th year, may we continue to be blessed and have a prosperous year. May we not only have a prosperous year for the nation, but the United States as a whole. And we pray for all our elders and our youth and those that are in school, getting an education, and even our service providers, and even our military personnel that are out there on call, and our law enforcement officers too, and our EMTs and those that are protecting us on a daily basis, our social workers and DHRs and health providers and medical staff and COVID-19 and a new variant that's here on the United States that's making a toll upon attendance and making a toll upon us meeting in person and putting a toll upon the nation as a whole. And Lord, we just come to you asking you to continue to protect us and keep us away from all illness and sickness. And we pray for the 3-branch government, legislative side, judicial side, and the executive side, their staff, the president, Vice President, and their family, and their endeavors to help the Navajo Nation, judicial side, Ashkeja, Chief Justice. Pray for their welfare and their upcoming year of 2022, and legislative staff, Speaker, Navajo Nation Council, and all those that are affiliated with the legislations, the legislative side rather. Come to you humbly, asking you for your wisdom to do what is right and what is prosperous for our people, to speak on their behalf and to work together. We thank you for the recent snow, rain, and the cold weather, which is all part of winter. We appreciate the sunlight coming back out and the warmth that's slowly coming back. The days that will be getting a little longer. We just ask for a blessing upon each and every one of us as we go through Budget and Finance Committee, the agenda, reports, things that we got to take care of today, adding on discussion, and our delegates that are here to present their legislation, that we can debate properly and assist and move these things to the next level if needed. We just ask that you provide that for us, Father, and continue to watch over us. You know that family members have livestock and have animals and cold weather, and keep them from the elements of the cold weather. And Lord, we just turn to you and thank you again for being our gracious Father. And remembrance of Christmas and all those folks that had Christmas and New Year's, and some may had a wonderful Christmas, and some may have had a Christmas that where their needs are only you can understand, Father. So we pray for them too. We come to you, thanking you for that Shtian God. Jesus Christ. Amen.
Chair Henio, are you still on the call?
Hello, Vice Chair Smith, for your wonderful prayer for this new year. Thank you so much. Listening to our Budget and Finance Committee members, beginning the new year with our meeting today. So with that, those staff, Peggy and Ramona, thank you for being with us all this time here, helping us out. So this is recognizing gifts and visiting officials. We have 24th members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council on the line. Morning.
Morning, yeah, this is Delegate Wanika, Chair.
Good morning, Delegate Wanika.
Chairman,
Good morning, Chair.
morning. This is Delegate Otto. I'm on the line. Good morning, you all.
Delegate Oroso, thank you for being on the line, Che. Just in case I take here, I think I heard Delegate Panel Halona also on the line.
Oh, yeah. Hey, been a happy new year, everybody. And yes, I'm here on the line, standing by. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Any other members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council on the line?
Good morning, Shania. Social Mayaja, Arnold, Budget and Finance Committee members, Listener Wilson Stewart.
Good morning, Zutule. Thank you for being on the line, Shanada.
Yeah, Bennett, Chair Henio, my brother, Honorable Chair. This is Delegate Paul Begay from Western Navajo.
Yat bendo John on Heda Hay. I don't story nana nasole. So doesn't be. Thank you. Kasi kailan sunod Delegate Paul Begay, and also happy birthday. Any other 24th Nomination Council on the line?
Chair, this is Delegate Brown. I'm on the line as well. Thank you.
Thank you for being on the line. And your location for the record?
I am driving on my way to Window Rock.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the 24th Nomination Council on the line? Okay, with that, moving forward, do we have Nomination Office of Legislative Services on the line? Nomination Office of Legislative Council. Legislative Council.
Yes,
Dana
good
Burbach.
morning. Hey, good morning. Good morning, Budget and Finance Committee and everyone. This is Dana Bobroff. I will be with you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have Nomination Department of Justice on the line?
Good morning, Chair Henio, committee members. This is Ajra calling from the Tax and Finance Unit.
Good morning, Ajwa. We have Nomination Office of the Controller on the line. Madam Controller, Elizabeth Begay, staff.
Yes, good morning. This is Elizabeth Begay.
Good morning. Do we have Nomination Office of Management and Budget on the line? The Nomination Office of Management and Budget. Okay, moving forward, we have a Nomination Programs and Divisions staff on the line.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and Happy New Year, members of the committee. This is Leonard Sosi with OPVP. Thank you.
Good morning, Shananta. Thank you for being on the call this morning. Okay, let's move forward to agenda. Peggy, if you could read the agenda to the record for us, please, this morning.
Good morning, Budget and Finance Committee. This is your proposed agenda for January 4th, 2022. Regular meeting via teleconference. Presiding is Jamie Henio, Chairperson, Raymond Smith Jr., Vice Chairperson, flags via telecommunications, Window Rock, Navajo Nation, Arizona. 1, call the meeting to order, the roll call, the invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journal. None. 5, receive reports. A, CARES Act funds presented by Elizabeth Begay, Interim Controller, Office of the Controller. Fund status is the first bullet. The second bullet is Hardship Assistance Phase 2. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. A, legislation number 0251-21. B, legislation number 0250-21. And then C is scheduling an update regarding the Saley Ag project. 8, close of the session, written announcements, adjournment. The next regular meeting is January 18, 2022. Chair.
Shana, thank you for that reading of the agenda into the record. Shana, our Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion to accept the agenda as read?
Motion, Delegate Begay.
Okay, motion by Shana, Delegate Elmer P. Begay. There's a second?
Vice Chair Smith.
Motion by, second by Vice Chair Smith. We do have a motion and second on the proposed agenda. Shana, Budget and Finance Committee, any comments, questions on the agenda?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Kashin Shinanda, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I have, I just want to confirm, do we have the two legislations on our agenda? I didn't hear them. I may have not heard them when Ms. Nakai read the agenda into the record, but I do have them on my agenda. And the second question would be, Chair, I'd like to receive a report from the Office of Management and Budget regarding all of the federal ARPA dollars that Navajo Nation has received, which includes the non-Navajo Nation fiscal recovery funds. And we did get a holiday letter from IHS regarding funding that will be coming in through IHS. And I just need a very comprehensive review of all of the federal fundings that we should be anticipating through the federal infrastructure bill. Thank you, Chairman Henio.
Thank you, National. On the first part of your question, there are two legislations on the proposed agenda. Peggy, if you would read the two legislations that were on the agenda, the legislation numbers.
The legislation numbers are 0251-21 and legislation number 0250-21. These two legislations were on the December 21st, 2021 agenda, and they were emailed to you at that time. So you should be able to find them in your email. If not, they're in DIBS.
Kashina, thank you, Peggy, for that. Also, so with that, we do have our sponsors on the call with us this morning too. Delegate Edison Wanika and Delegate Pernell Halona. With that, moving to the second part, as far as the report for the from the Office of Management and Budget, would that be your amendment to the agenda to add a report item?
Yes, Chairman. If I could make the motion, thank you.
Kashina, I would thank your motion to add the report item under B, a report from the Office of Management and Budget regarding the comprehensive report on the ARPA money that we have currently in our banking system. With that, there is a motion for an amendment number 1 to add a report item. Is there a second to this motion?
Second, Delegate Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay. So we do have a motion and a second. So if there's any questions or comments on amendment number 1.
Chairman Henio, this Delegate Crotty. I just wanted to ask Chairman, with the reports and seeing that we have delegates on the line, if there was any request to move the legislations before the reports, and if so, I could make the modification. Thank you, Chairman Henio.
At the present time, there's no request to move the legislations ahead of the report, so therefore the floor is still open if you wish to do that, Shinanda.
I'll defer to Delegate Elmer Begay. I think he may have had a question. If not, we could just move forward with the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Kashina. Shinanda, Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Again, Delegate Crowdy. I have a question that I wanted to know that I'm not sure to the members, BNF members, and also to our advisor, Ms. Nakai. Did we get any reports on? Remember, there's non-ARPA funds, but there was the federal funds that was given to all the programs. Remember, they reported to us at Twin Arrows the $622 or $633 million that was given to them. It was just reported over there, but it didn't came through Budget and Finance Committee. I wanted to know that if that is available. to do that? Thank you. That was my question.
I believe that would be part of the report given by Office of Management and Budget.
So it was already done?
The upcoming report that is being added to the agenda now. So.
Okay. All right.
I'll be right.
Oh, Abiga. Thank you.
Okay, Shina. The Budget and Finance Committee members, any further questions, comments on amendment number 1? With that, amendment number 1 to add a report item to as B, report from the Office of Management and Budget regarding all the monies related to ARPA funding, and the request too is also to give a report on the non-ARPA dollars that the nation also has. So with that, moving to a roll call vote, if there's no further questions, comments. Okay, with that, Ramona, if you'd lead us in a roll call vote for amendment number 1.
Sure, Chairman. Roll call vote for amendment number 1. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Hello, Abiga.
Thank you, Shana. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is excused from the meeting today, so we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, and chairman not voting. Chairman?
Yeah, no, thank you for that roll call vote. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With this, so Peggy, if you reach out to Mr. Dominic Bial and staff, as he did not answer when he was recognizing guests and visiting officials. So this, back to the main motion, the Budget Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments on the main motion? We do have a main motion with 1 amendment. Now, amendment number 1 is to add the report item to the reports as item B from the Office of Management and Budget on ARPA dollars and non-ARPA dollars that the nation currently has. With that, if there are no further questions or comments, we call for the question for a roll call vote. Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote for the, excuse me, reviewing and adopting the agenda. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Hello, green, Delegate.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 1 member excused, and chairman not voting. Chairman?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that roll call vote. We have agenda before us. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With that, moving forward on our agenda, we have next item is receiving report journals. There's none. After that is receiving reports. Item A. Madam Controller Elizabeth Gay, you have the floor for your report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Budget and Finance Committee. Good morning. I will report on the status of the Hardship Cares Fund. I submitted a memo with the attachments, and I will just go over that memo first. First, the budget for Hardship 2 was $41,979,377. That's based on the expenditure plan that was approved by the Navajo Nation Council. And then the total amount of checks issued for Hardship 2, that's $34,008,555. And I attached a spreadsheet of the check run that we did. There's a total of 11 check run, and that's beginning July up through the end of December, for a total checks of 29,297, amounting to $34,008,555. So that gives us an unexpended balance for Hardship 2 of $7,970,822. And we added the obligated encumbrance, that's the audit services. The contract for Moss Adams has been closed, and they have leftover money, and we paid them in full. So there's the $106,780 that we de-obligated and put back as available balance. Also, money market investment interest earned totaling $332,885. And the last addition to the unexpended balance are the outstanding checks from Hardship 1 that we voided. And this is the one that we kept on changing the amount, but we finally voided $8,089,513. So that gave us a total unexpended Hardship 1 and 2 CARES Fund of $16,500,000. And pursuant to CD 6121, a new business unit K201523 was created by the Office of Management and Budget, so that we can budget the 16.5 million unexpended CARES to fund the hardship assistance recipients aged 60 and over. And we identified 48,227 Navajos that qualify for these supplemental assistance, the 60 and over. And based on the 16.5 million available balance, we divide that with that 48,227 Navajos, and it gave us an amount of $342.13 in hardship assistance for 60 and over. On December 31st, 2021, with the assistance of our IT staff and consultants, 2 staff from contract accounting were able to import the Excel spreadsheet listing the names of the 48,227 names of hardship recipients 60 and over into our accounting system. And the 2 staff from contract accounting, I would like to commend them for doing this. It took them approximately 7 hours because the accounting system allow us to only import 1,000 records at a time. So it took us 48 plus times to import the 1,000 names each time for a total of 48,227 imports. So it was done. We were able to encumber that. We met the deadline by the US Treasury, December 31st, 2021. There was an attachment from the FMIS report showing $16,499,903.51 were encumbered for 48,227 Navajos 60 and over. So they will be getting the amount of $342.13 each. That concludes my report, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that report. And Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion to accept the report?
Motion, Delegate Crotty.
Okay, motion by Shenandoah, Delegate Ember Knanswa Crotty. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Begay.
It's second by Delegate Elmer P. Begay. With that, Budget and Finance Committee members, questions for Ms. Elizabeth Begay?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Shenandoah, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Appreciate the report, Acting Controller Begay. I'm just going to look through my email to make sure I have a copy. If maybe staff can help me identify when this report was sent over. I appreciate that. I know we've had some email challenges this weekend, and so we're just trying to unscramble how we're getting our information today. But what I do want to discuss, Madam Acting Controller, is the amount of earlier on the call, we had a constituent, a relative call in, and they felt that they had called all the numbers and tried to get information regarding their hardship and were unsuccessful. If you could help me understand then how in the future can we address those issues when individuals are trying to work with the office, the hardship office, to verify information. I want to just appreciate, I know Renee has been very responsive to my emails in helping with the different constituents from all over Navajo Nation who were trying to get their information updated. So if you could help me understand then, was it an administrative issue where there was not enough funding or support? And I also would want to know if any of the other executive departments were able to assist your department with just the sheer number of calls that you were receiving. I think, I don't know how many personnel you had at the time as we were closing down the office for the year, but I also think this would have been a great time for other executive programs to be able to help facilitate some of those calls. And I think that's what we saw with the first round of hardship. So if I could get those recommendations, that will be helpful. And I'm not sure, in reading over the ARPA administrative distribution, it looks like your office is going to be receiving approximately $17 million. So of that $17 million, do you plan to enhance any of the services when it comes to hardship? Or do you foresee additional resources are going to be needed? Because this is also the great opportunity, not just to collect CIB numbers, but really to start collecting more information on the status of our people and keeping accurate information and so that they could be more engaged with the government. And what we were thinking about is when President Nez signs the hardship resolution, if additional information could be sent out in those checks, like information on when to register to vote, information like vaccine information. So I just wanted to see if there then is a need to help with more administrative costs so that you can build up a hardship program to meet the current needs. And I don't know what that's going to look like in the future, but I do know that we need general services, what is that, vital statistics, to expand their services to meet the needs of the people. So if I could get that answered, that would help me and help me understand how this $17 million is going to support these hardship distributions in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Kiana, for your questions. Defer back to Madam Controller, Ms. Elizabeth Begay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Delegate Crotty, for the question. For the telephone numbers that were established for the hardship, most of the numbers were Wi-Fi. They're like connected to the computers. They're not landline. So moving forward, we would like to open up more telephone numbers landline instead of the Wi-Fi, because of the short time that we have to establish the hardship to. That's the best option we had at that time. But moving forward, that's the one we're working on, the landline telephone numbers. And for the 17 million that we will be funded under ARPA, that includes 36 new employees. And the problem we have now is the office space. We don't have office space for these new employees, as well as the temporary employees that we currently have. We're trying to work with other programs to open up their office space if they have anything available, but there's none. We're having hard time getting the office space, and we still have to observe social distancing. We used to occupy the Doty Auditorium, but of course now it's closed down because of the heating problem. So all our temporary workers are all scattered all over the different conference rooms, and we're not following social distancing. So that's a problem, as well as these 36 new incoming employees from ARPA. So that's the problem. We have to accommodate how to do that. And for the ARPA hardship, we will be dedicating all the 36 new employees, not just the hardship, but all the ARPA projects, transactions. And for example, accounts payable is getting like 8 new employees, contract accounting, another 8 new employees. So in order to fast track the processing of all the financial transactions related to ARPA. And with regards to the hardship for the ARPA, of course, there's also the temporary employees that we extended their employment that will help us. So that's the plan moving forward, how to accommodate the 2 billion expected new transactions from ARPA using the 17 million allocated for the Office of the Controller. Of course, we also plan to use most of the money to automate our system, upgrade our system. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Kayla, thank you for that response, Ms. Begay. So back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any follow-up questions?
Chair, I have a question to Dr. Begay.
Commissioner Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Yeah, Chair Henio, out of the Budget and Finance Committee, the people that were on the line. Out of temporary, I'm looking at the temporary employees. So if you had that controller, Ms. Begay, as we see that the Physical Recovery Fund Office is getting $25 million, and then also there's going to be a OPVP support, which will be another $3 million. And as for when you look down, there's a Department of Justice, DOJ. They'll be getting $25 million too. So if you look into this is the Arpa fundings, and if you look at OPVP, Physical Recovery Office, it says regular, which is regular employees, they'll be getting $5 million. And the salary adjustment is $1.1 million. Does that mean that all the regular employees will be getting a salary adjustment? And there's one that says temporary. There's just only $35,000. So does that mean that where employees it's just only one temporary employee will be getting $35,000? The rest is just salary increase in budgets that are given to them. So maybe I could understand how many employees is there going to be. And I know there was a list that was made regarding the Arpa funding for the Physical Recovery Fund Office. And I think the difference might be between that and then also the Department of Justice, which they'll be getting, they said they'll be getting $25 million. And if you look down, there's going to be a lot of consultant fees. And you go over that for me to understand more about see how many consultants will we have right now, or how many are they going to be on board? Is there only one? Like the last time, it was only Baker Tilly. Is there another person? Is there another group of firms that will be helping us as a consultant? Have my question.
Commissioner Kayla, Delegate Elmer P. Begay for your question. That I'll defer back to Madam Controller, Mrs. Begay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. As far as the Office of the Controller, we only budgeted $125,000 for a consultant to help us analyze all our hardship recipients, and then as well as the single audit. Those are the only consulting services that we budgeted. The rest are for software upgrade and for employees, the 36 new employees That's for the Office of the Controller. But for the other offices, such as the FRF, OPBP, or DOJ, I'm not in a position to answer the questions. Maybe FRF office can respond to that. But that's all the consultants we budgeted for OOC, just a single audit for that is a required for US Treasury, that ARPA transactions, including the CARES, must be audited under the single audit, and then just the 125,000 for the consultant that we hired to help us analyze the hardship recipients. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that response, Madam Controller, Ms. McGay. With that, do we have any further questions, comments? Question on the Budget Finance Committee?
Chair, just Delegate McGay, I have a follow-up question.
You have the floor.
Do we have Ms. Tom Patera on the line to explain that to us? Or from DOJ too?
We do have Audra from DOJ with us. Mr. Tom Platero, are you on the line this morning?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, yes, I am.
Okay, great, Viga. With that, I'll defer to Mr. Platero to elaborate on the questions posed by Delegate Elmer P. Begay, and then after that, I'll defer to Navajo Nation Department of Justice. So, Mr. Platero, good morning, Happy New Year, and thank you for joining us.
Happy New Year, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. In regards to Delegate Elmer Begay's questions, the way I set up the budget for the ARPA FRF admin is these are federal dollars, yeah. They have to be put out of the existing budget. The personal lapse fund. When council approves COLAs during the comprehensive budget process, those only get funding for the general fund. That's the only place that gets money taken out from the personnel lapse fund. All other programs have to find money within their existing budget. So in anticipation of that, what I did is I put a pot of money aside that I put under salary adjustments. If you look at the personnel vacancy listing, there's 2 that closed yesterday, 13 more that are going on the advertisement list, and some of these positions are for individuals that have worked for the tribe for a number of years. What I'm trying to do is set it up so that we get some people that have already tribal experience. I'm all for bringing in new people, but at the same time, you need people that have already worked in the system. So we're in the process of recruiting internally and external to the Navajo Nation. For those that have a number of years or have experience beyond the minimum requirement, there is an option underneath the personnel policies where you can bring them in above entry. We have an individual that's 6B certified, has 18 years of experience with the Navajo Nation. We're bringing her in above entry. So we're going to have to move some of those funds from the salary adjustments into the positions. We have another individual that has 20 years of experience that we're trying to bring on board, and I just got an email back from personnel this morning that they are eligible for pay grade F. So we're trying to mix, like I said, individuals. I thought Navajo Nation yanda nishi bispada hazunigi hitanal sos bada hayanigi edigi, and the ones that I'm recruiting that have that experience, we're trying to put in above entry. This program is only for basically 3 more years. So December 31st, 2024. So we're bringing them in with the understanding that there's no guarantee for them to have positions after December 31st, 2024. So that's what I'm doing. The other is the temporaries. In this office. So I put in some money into temporaries. We're trying to hire 2 individuals, an office assistant and an admin assistant for 6 months, so that we can get the new people on board, help us get together. We anticipate a lot of calls coming in on the hardship. We're already getting a bunch of calls, and right now it's just me in this office. So that kind of explains the questions that Delegate Begay asked about as far as how the funding for the FRF office is set up, how we are having money in the salary adjustments. Once all the positions are hired for, we can move those monies back into operating. As far as the consultant money, right now we're FRF office, my office, and Dr. Fowler's office underneath Division of Human Resources. We are at the tail end of releasing an RFP that will revamp the process of personnel. Everything is done by hand. So the new personnel director, Thomasita Woody, is working with us. We're hopeful that we release the RFP this week, and that will automate the process of applying for a job, completing the assessment, doing the referrals, all of that information, all the way to the tracking, who needs to update their background check, who is missing performance evaluations, all of that information, all the way to exit interviews, staff being able to access their records online, taking information from the job application and generating a PAF so that we don't have to retype things all over and over again, to really reduce the errors. We're trying to set up a system so that it partners with contract accounting, with payroll, with employee benefits, all the stakeholders that are involved in processing PAF personnel. This was an issue identified during our division directors meeting, and Dr. Fowler and I are working together to try to bring that about within a short amount of time. There is a longer range plan that's being worked on that's an enterprise level for software for functions of the Navajo Nation, but right now we need to get a hold of the personnel portion of it so that we can get people on board. You always hear about we have this position vacant for this long, it takes this long to hire for that. So we're trying to streamline that process. I have to really acknowledge OMB and personnel for working with us on the FRF administrative support positions. We've set up, I believe, 15 of the budgets that are underneath the ARPA FRF administrative support costs. We have set up over 100 and I think the last count was 168 or so positions within the HRIS system. Out of those, over 40 of them are on the JVA listing. So we're really working on ways to streamline the process so that we can get people on board a lot faster. So OMB has really been working with us. Personnel has really been working with us. So it took a lot of work to get this done. But what we want to do is replicate that and make that available for all the divisions and departments on the Navajo Nation. So that, in a nutshell, that's kind of some of the stuff that we're working on right now. Mr. Chair.
Chair Henio, are you on the call, or is it Vice Chair Smith?
Okay, I was trying to unmute myself here. Keep getting lost in this thing. Okay, back on the record here. Can you hear me? Oh. Okay, great. This whole technology thing. But thank you for that response, Mr. Platero. Navajo Nation Department of Justice.
Chair Henio, this is Adjoa. I did not work on the budgets, and so with your permission, Chair, I would like to ask Kristen Lowell to step in and offer what information she has. Thank you.
Okay, Miss Lowell.
Hi, Chair. This is Kristen. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the
Morning.
committee. I just need one moment to pull up what I have for, this is my latest copy of the budget, and just an overview that I can provide for the committee is our primary area is contractual services, and then the next key area is personnel expenses. So a key component of this is going to be working with our consultants to make sure that we are in compliance with the Treasury's requirements. As we know, this is federal funding, so we have to, at all stages of the FRF funds, make sure that we are up to date with the latest guidance and that we are following Treasury's procedures to the letter to ensure that none of the costs that the nation expends are questioned, and or at least if they are questioned, that we can provide robust responses and be able to easily defend why we've made certain choices. So I don't know if the committee would like additional detail. I can provide that if needed, but essentially the two main areas are contractual services and personnel expenses. Mr. Chair and members of the committee.
Okay, thank you for that response from the Navajo Nation Department of Justice. So then back to the committee, Budget Finance Committee.
Yeah, this is Delegate Crotty. I have a question for Madam Acting Controller.
Shinada, you have the floor. Your question?
Thank you, Chairman Henio. I appreciate it. I think in terms of the 17 million, I was hoping, so if onboarding 36 because we're in an ongoing pandemic, what is the plans? Are you going to be able to onboard individuals virtually? I think that should be the goal, not so much in terms of trying to have folks like traveling to Window Rock, because that limits who you're able to hire. You know, we've already mentioned the space, and I think in terms of now knowing our virtual capacities, how can we build up to attract a larger group of individuals who have this type of expertise. So it sounds like the ARPA office themselves are, you know, gearing up to onboard not entry-level individuals, but individuals who have maximum job experience, and to give them like a living wage. So I think that's what I'm looking for as the oversight to the Office of the Controller is how do we build up a robust system that meets the needs of the nation, not only through ARPA, but throughout, because if there's a chronic backflow when it comes to how we do business here on Navajo Nation. And so how are we using this opportunity to fix that? And the other question is, are your existing Navajo Nation employees, are they going to be eligible for enhancements in terms of the work that they are doing? And the reason why I'm asking these questions now, Chair, is I've been reviewing this document that we received and all of this information and the breakdown of the budget, but really none of the programs have ever reported on how they're going to use these dollars, which is fine. And that's why there's a lot of questions in terms of how do we fix these systemic issues when it comes to the Office of the Controller Same questions will be to the Office of Management and Budget and anyone that's over our oversight. How can we help as a committee? So I think we have a lot of talented Navajos who want to work for the nation, but there's no homes. They may not like our school system. They may have challenges with transportation. And so how are we building in to be very flexible and building up to digitize Navajo Nation instead of everyone filling out a triplicate and having to travel to Window Rock? I think getting out of this Window Rock centric mentality, and how do we decentralize the Office of the Controller so that we can meet the needs of the people? Thank you, Chair.
Christina and thank you for your questions. And so therefore, defer back to Madam Controller, Ms. Begay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Crotty's question. I just opened up our budget for that 17 million, and most of the money, again, let me see, for the 36 regular status employees, we budgeted 7.6 million. And then we also budgeted a lot of money for the upgrade of our system. There's it totaled to 2.6 million. And of course, with the software that we purchase, we need the consultants to implement them. So that's another close to 3.9 million. And of course, the data analysis and the single audit, it's another million. So we are working with this budget from ARPA to upgrade our system so that we will be able to allow remote working. We will be purchasing laptops to all employees of the OOC. And by that will allow them to work remotely, given that we do not have office space for all these new employees that we will be recruiting. And those are accountants that we will be recruiting. So there will be a totally separate section just for ARPA under the contract accounting section. And with this money budgeted to upgrade the system, we will be able to do remote working, and hopefully that will help address the lack of housing here. Most professionals, they don't have housing here in Window Rock. They want to live somewhere else, and it will allow that based on the budget that we submitted for ARPA. Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that response, Madam Controller. With that, back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair Henny, it's Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Shananta, Chair Henny, and Budget and Finance Committee members, Navajo Nation, and those that are listening on board, and the delegates that are with us this morning. Okay, for this report, Acting Controller Elizabeth Gay. Looking at the January 3rd, 2022 Hardship Cares Status Report, it indicates that pursuant to CD 6121, there was a business unit created, and 16.5 was of the unexpended cares for recipients over 60. I applaud the quickness, and I applaud the fact that this was encumbered. I wish all projects were like this. People are waiting for water. People are waiting for electricity. People are waiting for business unit numbers. People are waiting for home site leases to be cleared. These things are very important. If we can get something like this done, and I heard as we were debating this is humanly impossible. We, as Navajo Nation, did the impossible with the time frame and the amount of people before the deadline of December 31st. As you well know, we're trying to incorporate a whole different under Tom Patero's shop, and I'm hoping that we can utilize the same kind of quickness and getting these funds out and getting these projects going without delay. I know it's like pulling teeth trying to get a business unit number. It's always being kicked back and forth. Well, it's over at OMB. OMB says, oh, you run over there. Oh, it's at OOC. Run over to OOC. Oh, it's at the project managers. Oh, you run over there. It's like a three-way circus. So I just want to mention that for 2022, since we're in a new year and we haven't utilized the staff to encumber up to $16.4 million for 48,227 hardship assistance recipients of 16 and over. The question I have is, planning meetings are coming up, and I know that they're going to ask council, and I'd rather have an answer without I'd rather have an answer rather than not have an answer. Since this has been encumbered, are these checks going to be mailed out, or how's that going to be processed? Are they in the mail as we speak? Oh, now, and then the checks will be printed later on. I know that the folks will be asking that because we just had someone earlier inquiring about that, and we give them a certain phone number, and it seems to be flooded with questions on the phone numbers. So it's best that we go to our chapter planning meetings, we present this, and we can at least articulate on what's going on with the $342.13 for the amount of 48,227 hardship. The other question is, all these 48,000, as we've seen CARE 1, there was over unexpended balance of $7,970,000 for hardship 2. And I'm hoping that this doesn't happen again, that the checks will be issued out and that they'll cash these checks in as soon as possible. That's my question. Where's it at in the system? I know it's encumbered. I know it's got a business unit number, and people will be asking, well, when do we expect, or how soon, or when will this money be provided for the last phase of the hardship on CARES money? I know that it's kind of, you have to keep up with the trend here, because the folks will kind of mix and match. They'll say, is this ARPA funds, or is this CARE funds, or where's this money coming from? And this money is from the original $714 million that was given to us for us to spend, and they expended it to the end of this our last year, December 31st. So my other question is to OOC is encumbered, meaning we're not sending any money back, period. When will we know if all these checks will be cashed? That's the question. Will the USS Treasury say, okay, you got it encumbered, but where's it at now? Has the service been provided? That's my question on that, because the U.S. Treasury will utilize the federal laws as for the federal statutes on behalf of the funding that was provided to Navajo Nation. Thank you, Chair. Those are my questions.
Vice Chair Smith. For your questions, defer back to Madam Controller, Ms. Elizabeth Begay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and Vice Chair Smith. Okay, we have two different data type that we're dealing with, the Hardship 1 and the Hardship 2. In Hardship 1, that was outsourced to a consultant. And we have the data port, and that's the one we're trying to clean up because some of the names that 60 and over, they do not have the address. They got the check per the portal, they were funded, but they have no address or incomplete address. So we have to isolate them. And when will the check will be issued? It's transferred to accounts payable section. They will be the one that will be inputting it into the data port system, if you will. And from there, the check will be run. But right now, accounts payable is tied up issuing the 1099. That's required to be issued under the IRS ruling. So that's their first priority to issue all the 1099 first. Then thereafter, they will work on the hardship assistance for 60 and over. And of course, there's a risk that the list include disease, because when we analyze the data, we just pick all recipients of hardship 1 and 2 that are 60 and over, and it gave us all the names. But we do not have information whether some may be deceased, and that's the risk there. So there may be leftover money, but before the expiration, which is September 2022, what we would like is to identify those disease, and then we can put that as a savings, as well as there's a possibility that recipients will not cash their checks after 90 days. Again, we have outstanding checks issue again. So we will immediately void the outstanding checks. And we were looking at sometime in May, we will be able to know if there's any savings. And then from there, we will present the savings to the Budget and Finance Committee. And there's still a chance to expend the money by reappropriating it again to 60 and over on the same names that we encumber. So they may be entitled to additional supplemental if we identify any savings by May 2022 in order to avoid any reversion to the U.S. Treasury by September 2022. So that's the plan, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that response, Ms. Begay. So with that, Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments?
Chair, hey, this is Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair Henio and Budget Finance Committee members, and thank you for presenting this report. Did I hear that December 2022 is an expiration date for, and May 1st or May of this year, we will know if there's any savings, and then we can reappropriate that accordingly if needed? Does that mean there's a possibility that we will still have savings so that we don't revert the funds back? I know the intent is not to revert any funds back. I guess the question would lead to 90 days, and then you'll know who was eligible and who actually cashed and who's all still around to, for better words, lack of terms that I'm trying to say here. But what I'm saying is, let's say there's 5 million maybe, or maybe even 6 million. That can be reappropriated with another legislation, if I'm right, or is that this legislation will continue to cover that so that we continue to utilize it as intended under the legislation that, or yeah, the resolution at CD-61-21 that we just passed with 16.5 million. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for the question. Any further questions, comments, Budget and Finance Committee?
Doug, Henio Chair, Delegate Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay, you have the floor.
Yeah, I have several questions. Looking at this budget, so I believe that some of these budgets, understanding now that some of these budgets, like for DOJ, they didn't do their budget, which I believe that Kristen Lowell is the one that did this budget for them. But when you look at this, starting with the U.S. Treasury American Recovery Fund, ARPA, when you first look at it, it's the allocation is $119,837,524. And when you break it down to personnel operating, all that, it goes back down to $89,985,748. That's the first question. Is it supposed to be the same, or is it how they add it? And then the other question is, I'm looking at all these budgets allocation. So each department, like for example, the F4F office under OPVP, it says there's a consultant fees which is $14,936,000, and all those, if you look at all those allocations, there's a lot of consultant fees to that. Asian, they're going to be hiring some other people sites, hiring our own people, and then we'll be hiring other people like consultants to do the job for them again. Then the third one is the broadband office under Division of General Service. I believe that this is a new office that will be established on the broadband. Is there going to be a person that's expert in broadband, and how is that broadband office going to be helping the, like for example, out in Dalcon, we have a design build plan for broadband, wireless for the rural areas. okay, will be able to address some of the problems we have or questions that we have? Or is this office gonna be applying for grants like right now we have Arizona, which opened it up, so extended, the application extended up to January 31st. So are they gonna be applying grants through that, like that? That's my third question. I don't that I think going down to chapter, under division of, community development, and there's a chapters, which understand that there's gonna be a division of community development. It says chapters. Is there gonna be a person or some office that's gonna be particularly overseeing chapters again? Is this where the chapters, all the projects they'll be handling under the chapters? I don't that I know that you see a lot consultant fees under control of $5 million for consultant fees. Or under I'm going down to Department of Justice. Under there that we have a $25 million for Department of Justice. Are they going to be all working on some guidelines and I think there's going to be a lot of there's $4 million for regular employees, other salary adjustment. Other when you go down to consultant, there's $18 million consultant fee. Are we going to be hiring another law firm that's going to be overseeing this for us? I think we need to look at all these budgets. Why there's all these more consultants? We're unable to do the job, even though there's going to be so many people that'll be hired regularly. Just like how my sister, Delegate Claudia, mentioned that there's going to be people that be coming in with higher pay because they've been there for a long time. But we have to hire some more consultants for this. So, can you explain that to me? Chair, let's bring up my questions.
Christina, for your questions, I'll defer back to Madam Controller, Mrs. Begay, for a response to the two committee members.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. First question from Vice Chair Smith. It's September 2022. U.S. Treasury guidelines require us to fully expend by September 2022. And as I stated, of the 48,227 eligible Navajos that will qualify for this supplemental hardship 60 and over, 2,780 were from hardship 2 and 45,447 from hardship 1. And from hardship 1, we had a consultant that did the database and we uncovered that some of them do not have addresses and we need to correct those. And there's also a risk that the list includes deceased individuals. So definitely that will be a savings to this business unit. And there's also a possibility that if we issue the check this month, 90 days, they will not be able to cash it, then it will be considered expired. So I'm calculating by May, we will be able to have a definite amount of how many checks were not cashed or how many checks were issued to deceased individuals. And those will be the savings. And since we already encumbered the money, there's a possibility we can reallocate the savings back to the names of the elderly that's already encumbered, meaning instead of getting $342.13 with the savings, they may get additional $30 or $50 each, again with the savings, as long as we fully expend the money by September 2022. And that's just my proposal, just to avoid reverting any money back to the Treasury. For Delegate Brigade question about the budget just for OOC, as I said, most of the 17 million that was budgeted for OOC, there's the 4.9 that was for consulting. Out of that, 125,000 for the data analysis consultant. And then for the single audit, it's 828,000. And the remaining, which is approximately 3.9, those are to upgrade our accounting system. We will be hiring consultant to implement the software that we'll be purchasing. For example, there's the procure to pay optimization that we're planning to implement. That's the one that we will be automatically track all the documents submitted to OOC. I know there's a lot of problems of missing 164 package, or we don't know where our payment is or the invoice. So we will automate that, and we will purchase the software, and then we will hire this consultant to implement that. And that will also address the concern of the professionals, the accountants that we will be hiring. We will be able to do remote working because of the lack of office space or the lack of housing here in Window Rock. And for the rest of the questions on the budget, I'll let the appropriate program to answer that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Christina, thank you for your response to the questions that were posed. With this, the Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments? If not,
Chairman, Delegate Otto.
If not, I'd like to defer to
good morning.
Members. Hold on,
good
please.
morning, Chair.
Who's this?
Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt. My name is Marvin Moses. I'm a concerned senator. I'm sitting on the meeting. When can I be able to speak?
I'll give you the floor after let the committee members rest their questions.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Delegate Odoso?
Yeah, Chairman, members of Budget and Finance Committee. The Acting Controller, Elizabeth Begay, Madam Controller, good morning. You have explained and gave us an update pertaining to the funding distribution for our elders through the phase of CARES 2, and then with the update on the legislation that the Navajo Nation Council has passed, and the for the elders 16 and over, and graciously the President has signed the legislation into law. but one of my concerns is that I guess I'm still getting calls of citizens trying to figure out where their checks are at and so forth in Hardship 2, and the numbers that's being provided to the for them to respond, and even email is not they're not responding. What is the response for not responding to the Navajo citizens out there that are trying to check on these things on their own? Because the citizens shouldn't be coming to leadership and asking us to try to intervene. Madam Controller, we pay you and your program to administer these services for the Navajo people. The Controller's office provided a phone number, the Controller's office provided an email, and there's no response. I did an email to you and Mr. Willie the other day, and I had to intervene, and someone from the Controller's office finally reached out to that individual and just said, "Oh, we don't have your application. I think we lost it," and they just hung up. So I told the individual to go ahead and write her statement down, because that is very unprofessional. And I asked her, did he or she give you a name? Did she say what program did she work for? And she just said, no, we don't have an application. It was just blunt, straight out. And I guess some sort of professionalism needs to be put in, administered when these calls are made, because like I indicated, I asked, who did you talk to from the Controller's office when they reached out to you? Did they give you a name? Did they give you a phone number to say who called and where they're from and their title? And that information was not provided. The other is the, for the elders, the 60 and over, we really need to get these payments out as soon as possible. And we really, really appreciate that. The other is that the report that you have provided to this body, can you email me or email the 24th Navajo Nation Council this report? Because just beginning of the month, and the Navajo Nation chapters will be inquiring on this, and each of the delegates have their planning meeting and their chapter meetings coming up, and this is vital information that our community members need out there as they start to ask questions pertaining to the CARES Fund, how much money is left, and so forth. So those are just some of my concerns, and I appreciate the report.
Christina, again, for your comments, Delegate Vice Chair Odoso. I'll just back to you, Budget Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? If there's none,
Delegate
I'm repeat again.
I'm not sure if my other questions that were answered, but I think I can get an email from Mr. Tom Patero. I think he's still on the line. Hopefully he's still on the line down. Maybe he can email me on some of those answers, the question that I raised. Thank you.
Oh, Kashishna, I apologize. Mr. Platero.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, regarding Delegate Crotty's question on what can be done from the legislative side, we really need to do a salary comparability study. I believe it's been years since that has been done. So the pay scale, I'll give you an example. Over at General Services, we've been advertising a airport director now for almost 6 months, and we haven't even got one applicant yet. So the pay that they're offering for that isn't enough. The other part is when you look at what Navajo Nation is paying, and then you look at our people that work in the Valley or Utah, Salt Lake City, they go there for the pay. And so the pay disparity is what makes it very difficult to recruit for some of these positions. So somehow that salary comparability study needs to be updated. Also, we don't really tout enough what the Navajo Nation benefits are. From what I understand, if you go work for the federal government, you're going to be paying a lot more for insurance. I mean, I just got my check stub from last week, and I'm paying like $21 for life insurance and health benefits. So when we let people know that they're going to come work for the Navajo Nation, they don't realize that the Navajo Nation pays a high percentage of their benefits. Whereas if they went and worked over there, you know, maybe if we advertise and say, this is what you get in actual compensation and this is how much your package is. Most of them, like you say you have a $50,000 position, you're also paying another $25,000 for that position. So the actual compensation is $75,000. But a lot of places, they don't understand that. You know, the nation pays all that benefit for us. We have a great retirement plan. We have a great employee benefits plan. We get so much annual leave hours that everybody disappears at the end of December because they have to use excess annual leave. So there really needs to be a re-examination of the benefits. When you look at the state, people that have worked for the state, you know, every payday they get maybe 2 or 3 hours. In Hiekoja, we have staff that get 10 hours every payday. So 10 hours times the 26 is 260 hours. Take that 260, that's 6 weeks of paid annual leave. So we don't tout that portion of the benefits. You know, where else are you going to get 6 weeks of paid leave after you've worked for the tribe for 10 years? So that's the part that needs to be re-examined. The other part of it is the questions that are being asked are a little bit difficult to answer. Is this what they're going to do? We don't even have staff yet that are in those positions. We're just barely at the beginning of it. It'll be kind of like asking your, you know, when you're campaigning for your position. You haven't even gotten into the position yet. So kind of take that into consideration. A lot of the questions you're asking is stuff that will be set up once we have people occupying those. And again, we, you know, the Navajo Nation offered the early retirement or enhanced retirement. I don't remember what you call it. So there's a lot of vacant positions. So a lot of the staff that are, or the programs, contract accounting, finance, OMB. OMB right now is advertising six contract analysts, 5 in Indonesia. So it's really difficult to say what are you going to be doing this, what are you going to be doing. We can't even hire for the positions that are vacant right now without the ARPA administrative support positions. So the competition is getting harder and it's difficult to recruit. So there really needs to be a systems approach to this. How is the Navajo Nation going to reinvent itself so that we can recruit the caliber of employees that we need, but also have them understand that when you come to work for the nation, you know, that it's a commitment to your people and working for them. I've worked for the tribe for almost 38 years. The first 35 of that, or 30 years of it, I was making next to nothing. And I stayed because I think that there's a reason for me to be here. But not everybody thinks like that. So you have to kind of take a look at who you're trying to recruit and what do you need to do to get those kind of individuals in there. And then when we talk about the remote work, my issue with it, when that happened, when everybody went on administrative leave, was all of those individuals that got paid, you know, almost a year. Legislative services, I worked there. We had one employee that we never saw from the time the administrative leave began to when it ended. They collected a whole paycheck for a year without knowing what they did. And so every paycheck, every 2 weeks, that paycheck came, and that individual never worked. So if we're going to be doing this remote work, I honestly, this is just my personal opinion, is we need to have some sort of accountability factor. We can't just let people go and say, you know, you're going to get a paycheck, because the other side of it, when we did the administrative leave for a year, people were still earning their 10 hours, their 8 hours, their 6 hours, their 4 hours of annual leave every week. They were also still earning their 4 hours of sick leave. But while they were on administrative leave, if I went to go visit my aunt, took a couple of days off, I still got a full paycheck. So there has to be some sort of accountability factor when we start doing this remote work. When the first part of it came, we did an analysis of our staff. These are of a certain age, and these are the the individuals that have health risks. So the ones that we check both boxes for, we didn't force them to work or nothing. Doing that on that hazard pay, special duty pay, then everybody wanted to come back. But we only paid out when people were physically at the office. So if you look at the federal requirements now for the pay, that's what they're requiring. But the Navajo Nation, we didn't create those control mechanisms that said that we actually have to physically be at work. What risk did staff take if they were at home working remotely? And what accountability factors did we put in there to say, I was at Walmart half the day and I still got paid for 4 hours that I took to drive to Gallup, do my shopping and come back, but I didn't take annual leave. So those are the things that are policy decisions that we really need to take a look at if we're going to be going into this. The other part is the question on the consultants. You're asking me, what are you going to do with that consultant money? Well, I can't answer that because I don't have the employees yet to say we can do this in-house and we need to outsource this one. The way I look at consultants is that you only bring in a consultant if you don't have the capacity in-house, or you have enough work spread out over the workers that you do have. So to answer the question on how are you going to use the consultant money, many of the programs that you gave administrative support costs to, that can't be determined until we actually physically hire all of those individuals and they're there. And so we have to kind of transition over to a new way of doing business. We're still functioning in the way that we used to. We never created accountability standards that say if you're going to work remotely, this is what you need to be done. Other places that I've heard have, if you're going to work remotely, then we should access your computer. We should know how long you've been on your computer. Rather than, I personally can't do the remote work. My mind is conditioned. The way I work is I got to be at my desk at work, and actually doing the work. I tried doing the stay at home. I couldn't do it. I started cleaning, I started doing laundry, I started doing this, I started doing that, rather than working. So I knew that I couldn't do the telework. And so, throughout the whole pandemic, when I was at Legislative Services, I was in the office. Some days it was just me and Trey there and Manuel and somebody to post legislation. The rest of the time, everybody got paid for it. So you need to take that into consideration. As far as the broadband office, what are they going to do? I believe those were the questions that I can recall offhand. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Completero, for your response to the questions. With that, Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments?
Alderman
PBGay.
Chair Henio. Completero. But not just in here, y'all. It's the way I look at this money. And after that, the nation, the Bakat, the Neho. Telecommun chapter has been writing grants. To get those grants, based on the BIA gave us the whole package as a construction. This sign off a whole design build plan saying that you guys are ready for construction funds. Don't need. So what that is, after أتنا أتوقع نيشو هو إيش بنجي أفس داسي وده هي traditional edition يا هون هجوني answer إن كنت أون يات إيه بمس تام بتهرو كو عشان نيد كويشين خشين شنلش كو إيه هدو إيه دايديل كده ده دينا كده أو شنون دينا ده ديني ده هون. That will be my response to you. So I mean I would think that you would respond respectfully. It is all nasty though.
And to share enough for your response, comments. Delegate Arpa PBG. Any further questions, comments? We do have two legislations that we need to address too. With that, if there are no further questions, comments, there was one question from the public. If you allow me to, I'd like to recognize Mr. Mose. Mr. Mose, are you still on the line?
Yes, Ocean and I. Oh, Chair.
I will recognize you for this. I don't know if you have a question or comment. If you could, make it brief.
Yeah. Okay, I sure will. Yeah, hello. Sinan the Budget and Finance Committee demo Senigi. I'm a concerned Navajo person here. Speaking on behalf of my son. I don't know if I'm allowed to say names. Is it okay if I say names? Chair?
Mr. Moses, it's up to you if you wish to divulge that information.
Okay.
Information is being broadcast across the World Wide Web also.
Okay. I'll just okay. My name is Marvin Moses. Though my son's name is Marvin Moses Jr. Almost over a year that my son has not received the first payment of hardship money of the $1,400. Within the last 4 months, my son and I have been calling, and they've been giving us the runarounds until this last month. I spoke with a lady. I guess she's temporary. She's no longer there. Although on Monday the 3rd, I spoke with a lady from there. I don't know if I should mention her name. She gave me a phone number, and I've been trying to call that number, and she said she's a team leader, and I got her name too, and we've been trying to call Haled at the snow. And is he still going to get a check of the $1,400 that was first issued from the hardship money? I would love for you, somebody to help me out. My phone number is 505-974-9355. If anybody can help me on this, my son is going to school right now, and I am speaking on behalf of my son, Ashwand. I'll call the Chair Hinyo for allowing me to speak.
What was that, 974?
Yes, it's 505-974-9355.
Okay. I'm going to give you a call real quickly here, and then we can talk some more after this.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair.
I appreciate that. With that, Shanada Budget and Finance Committee. If there's no further questions, I'll call for Shanada. Ember Council Akadi, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. What I would like in terms of with this CARES report, Madam Acting Controller, do you have an update on the Tolani Lake Enterprise? That is something that I still have as a follow-up when it comes to CARES. I appreciate that the government, the federal government expanded till next September, but has there been any determination on those expenditures? We do have other nonprofits who want to request for fiscal recovery funds, and I just let them know that I think it'll be how we understand how Tulani Lake Enterprise as a nonprofit utilize CARES funds in terms of supporting or moving forward with this funding. Is there anything that you can that can be reported for the record, or do we, if we could get that report, if there's some other issues, attorney-client privilege? Thank you.
Sheena, thank you for that question, and I'll defer that to Ms. Elizabeth Begay, and then after that to Department of Justice. Ms. Begay?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Crotty, Tulani Lake Enterprise. We're working with the CEO now. We finally have restarted our conversation, and they are trying to submit additional documentation to resolve the question cost. So that's the update. We are working with them now, not like before there was no communication, but we're trying to resolve the issue with Tulani Lake Enterprises. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sheena, thank you for that response. Now, with the Department of Justice, any additional information or regarding this question regarding Tulani Lake Enterprise?
Chair, this is Kristen Lowell of the Tax and Finance Unit. As the controller stated, the CEO of Tulani Lake is back in touch with the Office of the Controller, and Tulani Lake is providing documents, and Controller's Office is currently going through those documents, and DOJ is assisting as needed. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Lowell, for that response. Okay, with that, back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair. Yeah, Chair, I did today, and then one of the main reasons, I guess I could say, that this recovery funds that we're talking about, before that, it was more like CARES funding, which was more like relief. How we could get quick relief on from this virus. I think today giving us more time to recover. I think that's what this whole thing is all about. And that's where I mean that that we had to thinking about is a lot of my elders, especially the people that are at coffee done that hey that they're gone, and there's nothing that we could replace back. There's whatever they have, whatever they learned so many years. I guess I could say that that's the one that's making us the net people. We're really, how far are we with that? Do we have our own medicine? Do we have our own songs and prayers and ceremonies and things like that? Even in this case, yeah, I called. I think to recover that, I think Obanta case of all these, it's not gone. It's not going away. This virus that's here, it just got stuck here. Why did it get stuck here? How does as a Navajo Nation government, as a government, how can the government release, or how do you do that to take all that virus away? This is the question that I got this past weekend with the elderlies. How do we do that? Who gets rid of it? Why did they get stuck here? And it seems like we had to look for or search for, think for a really good healthy air, nishiyat hegi, ibenditi nana toyat hegito, bediti. How do we get to that? With the traditional knowledge, how do we know that we can purify or clarify or the air that's here that we can depend on? How do we do that with Navajo knowledge? Built up on Takis with all this Arpa funds that's here. Do we have to pray for that? Do we have to come to a ceremony to do that? How do we do that? They think about it like that. That's where they say that is the government going to help us do that? So that's where the recovery, this funding is all for that. So thinking back, that's where I was thinking about, that this another is traveling. Oh, there's a lot of traveling funds in here. I thought we're gonna be how long? My question would be: is there any plans how we can get out of this whole pandemic? Do we have to be how long are we gonna be in this virtual communication? How come we're not increasing that? More in telecommunication. It's been broadband, it's never office and so on. Just case in there, it's on the Bajo Zista. I thought net no, what's the intention behind it? What's the plan for the whole this to get back into recovery? We could see the plan is this is the way to do it, and this is the way we're going to do it. This is the way we're going to use these funds. But I don't know who to ask. Tom Patero, that auditor, that DOJ. You see, that's my last question that I would ask. Maybe we could find some plan somewhere. The Budget and Finance Committee. Chair Henio.
Delegate Elmer P. Brigade. With this, as the FRF office has been established, the leadership and staffing guidance from the executive branch. And therefore, the question is actually what is a plan that the nation should have in place to get out of this pandemic, utilizing the funds that we received. Mr. Platero, would you by any chance have a response to that? Given the fact that you are just, I think, just the only person in the office, or you might have maybe some staff, but what's your guidance from the Office of the President and Vice President?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the question. Delegate Brigade, na din kidaya, hasid na hasid kishin da dilis. Say out on Nishanson. Or skida dit khan dit na this kidit asij ha dit such list that he did know ya. Na din kidigaya kuje beso they need deep broadband but the topati they need kdigi but in the start plan in kdigi sa hata the list or nikita the list. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I think this is a really healthy discussion because what we're trying to do from our side is present the information in the context that you're wanting to have it. So I think when we created the binders, it was more too detailed, and I think what Delegate Begay is asking for is kind of like an executive summary of each of the expenditure plans. So I will go back and work with the individuals that are in those groups, and I will try to get that information, and I'll get it out to all of the delegates. Give me about a week. Hopefully I can coordinate with everyone to get that information. So we're trying to, I think, isolate where we answer all of the questions. And again, it's a preference thing. You know, some people can communicate by talking. Some people can communicate by written report. Some people, we kind of have to walk each other through. So it's really understanding how we need the information communicated. So this kind of helps me understand a little bit more what your expectations are as far as the presentation of information. So I'll definitely go back to our stakeholders and see if we can get that information summarized. You know, no more than a 2-page document, and I will work with people on our side and also the outside, like Intuit and all of them. And I will get that information to you as quickly as I can. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I can allow Mr. Platero for your response. So in the Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments? Tenoy, I'll call for the question to accept the report. We do have one more report after this regarding the same subject here that we're talking about. So with this, Ramon, if you lead us in a roll call vote to accept the report.
Sure, Chairman, here your roll call vote for accepting the report. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Amber Canas-Bockrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canas-Bockrati, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yep.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Canas-Bockrati votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Green, Delegate.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member excused. Chairman?
Christian, thank you for that roll call vote. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Madam Controller, Ms. Elizabeth Gay, and Mr. Tom Platero, the Nomination Department Justice, with all the responses to the questions. Moving forward to item B on our agenda, which is the Nomination Office of Management and Budget. Mr. Biel, are you on the line? Mr. Dominic Biel, our staff from the Office of Management and Budget.
Mr. Chair Henio, members of the committee, this is Dominic Biel. On the matter of federal funds, and particularly the ARPA funding, because those are external funds, I'm going to have Mr. Cordell Shorty speak to that. Mr. Shorty, go ahead.
This is Cordell. Can you hear me? Chairman Henio, Budget Finance Committee?
Yes, Mr. Shorty, can hear you.
Yeah, Ishnanda. Budget and Finance Committee Chair, Vice Chair, the rest of the committee, all the listening audience who are on the call. We received an email around 10:30 that Honorable Delegate Crowdy requested a report on federal funding, including ARPA, IHS, BIA, and on down the line. And I sent an email based on the conversation that I had with Dominic, indicating that unfortunately we won't have a report ready in the short moments request, but respectfully request that be deferred to the next BNF meeting, which is January 18th. The report is generated off of FMIS, and they're usually done by Miss Rachel Arviso, and she informs of, and this has been the case since the inception of FMIS in 2003, is she takes reports from different modules, at least 4 different modules, and modify it, tailor it to come up with a report in the format that's we've been providing. And the last report we did was for September 30th, and 3 months has passed since. So the report you're requesting, it's better to provide the current information. And since reporting period just ended last Friday, December 31st, it takes controller to post month-end entries, closing entries, adjustment, what have you, and that takes them well into the middle of the month after reporting period ends. So in this case, closing entries for December report will be done till middle of this month, January. So after all that is done, then it'd be better to generate a report. So that there's an external funding report done on all contracts and grants awarded to the nation, which includes ARPA, CARES Act, 638. Then that the report for the ARPA and the 638 then have to be generated on its own again. So at the end, there's 4 different reports generated: the external grant, BIA 638, 638 IHS, and ARPA. So we need time to do that. The Yashanan does, so respectfully request that report on this be deferred to the next meeting. Thank you.
Appreciate Mr. Shorty, for that explanation and your request to have this report deferred so you can get all the good relevant information that was requested. So with this, National Budget and Finance Committee, we do have this as an agenda item as a request from the Office of the Management Budget, Mr. Shorty, to have this deferred to the next Budget and Finance Committee regular meeting, which will be January 18th. So with that, I'll need a motion and a second to defer this report.
Chair Henio, is Delegate okay?
Delegate Elmer PBA.
Before that, can I include another? I don't know if they can do that. I wanted to know that if they can include a NAPRA station. They call it Navajo Traditional Apprenticeship Project. That's funding for traditional. Can they? Are they the one that can give us maybe how much allocation is and where, or maybe the budget, how it's being used and how many apprenticeships do they have? HPD the list, or can it be division of the net education? I'm asking you that before I could do a motion. The Chair Henio.
With that, Mr. Shorty?
Chairman Henio, question. It's a delegate. Okay, that's an allocation and funding for a specific purpose and administered by DODI. So that report should come from DODI.
Again, Mr. Shorty, for that clarification. Back to you, Delegate Elmer PBA.
Okay, maybe I'll go ahead and do the motion, and maybe to hear the report from OMB, the next Budget and Finance Committee meeting. I'll go ahead and make the motion.
With that, recognizing a motion to defer this report to the next Budget and Finance Committee meeting. Is there a second? Is there a second to the motion to defer this report? Budget and Finance Committee members.
Chair Haney, any member of the Budget and Finance Committee can make a second to the motion.
That is what I'm asking. If there's a motion to going once. Is the motion already in place? Is there a second to the motion?
Chairman Henry, this is Delegate Brown. What is the motion for again?
The motion is to defer the report from the Office of Management and Budget to the next Budget Committee meeting, Budget and Finance Committee meeting, because the reports take time to generate, and Mr. Shorty is requesting that it be deferred so he can give us a good comprehensive report at that next meeting.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I will go ahead and second the motion.
Kashin, we do have a motion by Delegate Elmer P. Gay to defer this report to the next Budget and Finance Committee meeting. Second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. With that, any questions, comments? Budget and Finance Committee members. I'll call for the question to defer this to the next committee meeting. Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote for the deferment. Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Yeah, I'll vote green, Dolly.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member excused. Chairman?
Motion carries to defer this report to the next Budget Finance Committee meeting with a vote 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Okay, with that, what takes care of all the reports under this section. And thank you, Mr. Shorty, for that small request. With that, moving forward to next item, new business, item A, legislation 251-21, I believe it is. Peggy, if you could, Delegate Edison, Juanica, are you still on the line?
Yes, Chair, I'm still here.
Kashina, Peggy, if you would read the legislation into the record for us, please.
Legislation number 0251-21 was assigned to Law and Order Committee, then Budget and Finance Committee, then Snubby Committee, then Nation Council. It's a proposed Nation Council resolution, 24th Nation Council, 3rd year, 2021, introduced by Edison J. Juanica, prime sponsor. Tracking number 0251-21, an act relating to law and order, budget and finance, and the committees and the Nation Council, establishing a referendum for Dene voters to decide whether to increase the number of Nation Council delegates from 24 to 48, beginning with the November 2026 Navajo Nation general election. And it has the resolution references exhibits that are attached. The Internet Public Review has no comments in their first report. Then the second report has one comment made by Gilbert Roger, White Rock Chapter. And then the Law and Order Committee has a due pass with no amendments. The vote tally sheet is also included. That completes the reading.
Yeah, thank you for that reading. 251-21. Is there a motion to accept this legislation as read? Shanda Budget and Finance Committee, legislation 251-21. Is there a motion to accept the legislation as read?
Delegate Begay, make a motion.
Shanda, Delegate Elmer P. Begay, motion. Is there a second? Is there a second to the motion to accept legislation 251-21?
This is Delegate Brown. I'll second.
Kashin Shananda, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, second. So we do have a motion and a second established. With this, Shananda, Delegate Edison J. Wanika, introduce the legislation to the Budget and Finance Committee. You have 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Yeah, so all those that are online for this legislation. This particular item's been discussed for quite a while now. And just to give you an example, on August 3rd, 2020, the former executive director, Edward D., submitted a letter to me. And the second paragraph of that letter says, on January 2016, the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, Navajo Committee passed NABIJA-02-16 to examine the reduced Navajo Nation Council's effectiveness and responsiveness. So to initiate candid discussion regarding any government reform examination, whether the reduced council should be reconsidered from 24 to 48 alcohol. This was in 2016, so even before that, there was questions on whether there should be an increase. And I myself initiated an initiative to increase the council from 24 to 48 and went to over 50 chapters, not on my own, but I had 5 or 6 people helping me. And we went to over 50 chapters, and it was really, the response was really good. I never had any problems. I probably on my own went to about 25 chapters, and every chapter I went to, I didn't have any problems getting signatures. Almost every one of the people that were attending the chapters signed the petition. So getting the signature wasn't that hard. But it was going house to house, and we went to flea markets, and it was just a resource wasn't there. So we only got a little over 4,000 signatures by the end of 6 months, because a lot of the signatures were coming from the chapter meetings, and chapter meetings don't get a lot of people to attend. And so with the chapter meetings and flea markets, and then this within the area, going to different events, it was really hard. And the people that wanted to help, the first thing they say is, are you going to help me out with mileage, this and that? And So if you don't have the resources, it's really hard. And then another thing that's really hard is also getting the percentage that's needed to get the signatures. And even with the resources, I know it's an almost impossible law to get the required signatures. And so the reason why I'm saying that with President Shirley, he did the petition and reducing the council. There was over 2,000 signatures short. And then also the line item veto, that was over 2,000 signatures short also. So even with the resources, it's almost impossible. And then the people that wanted to pass a law to as far as not have smoking in casinos, this and that, they also did an initiative. And they went the 6 months also, and they weren't able to get the signatures. So my concern has always been, we want the people to be involved in the government. And if they feel they need a change in certain laws within the government, they have the ability to do that as far as doing an initiative. But the process is so hard that it's almost impossible to get the required signatures. So I think if we're going to do an initiative, we have to amend the law pertaining to the signature requirement for initiative. And that's the reason why I felt like the better way to get to it is through a referendum, because it's still going to be given to the people. It's going to be the people's decision whether increasing the council from 24 to 48 is the number would be better as far as representation as far as the chapters are concerned. And I think my agent is Dwayne Crank from Government Development. Maybe he can verify. I know that we went to the agency council, and as I remember, I think all the 5 agency councils have passed resolutions supporting this too. And so in that respect, I feel like the voters want this to be put on the ballot. And I'm hoping that because this decision belongs to the people, I'm hoping that we can just do that, just put it on the ballot for the people, let the people decide. Because that's where we as delegates get the votes to be put in the positions that we have. And then we go to the chapter meetings, we provide the information that is needed to the communities. And they realize, how effective we are in that respect based on the number of delegates. And I know there's a comparison on their part when there was 88 and all that. Delegates being to the chapter meetings, to the planning meetings, and to the other activities going on at the chapters. So I feel like it's important that we let the people decide whether increasing the council from 24 to 48 is the wishes of the people. And if not, then they won't vote for the 48, so then we'll know. And then we can concentrate on keeping that at 24. Ako in the bansa case Hashin so the nanny di nila hit on him nayan to case di nila. Ako quite to late Elan so I'm sponsoring this legislation so that we can put it on the ballot. Ako also as far as other if there's any other discussion on this. Maybe I can have my agent, Dwayne Crank, provide additional information. Mr. Crank, are you on the line? Hello? Chair, I don't know if my agent is on the line or not.
Okay. Commissioner Delegate Edison Wanika. Mr. Dwayne Crank, are you on the line? Mr. Dwayne Crank, first call. Mr. Dwayne Crank, second call. And Mr. Dwayne Crank, third call. Delegate Wanika, I believe legislative branch staff are still on admin leave, and I believe the office is still shut down till tomorrow when they return back to work, I believe. January 5th, Hashimakana, so they're still on administrative leave.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chair.
Is that it for your presentation?
Yes. Yes.
Christina, with this, there is a motion and second. Budget and Finance Committee. Floor is open for discussion, questions, comments.
Chair Hanyo, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Delegate Amber Kanazwa-Crotty, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I appreciate Delegate Wanika for sponsoring this legislation and bringing it before Budget and Finance. I also want to thank Delegate Wanika for your very kind Christmas card. I thought it was very cute in the spirit of the holidays, so thank you. In reading this legislation, and now I'm looking at the comments, I understand that there's a challenge with the signature process and the recommendation from the Commission on Navajo Nation Government. But I'm looking at the comments regarding public support. And so far, this legislation only has one comment that's a recommendation. I'm just trying to understand then, where did government development feel that this was a priority for the people? I'm open if the people feel that they're best represented under and to increase and they have better representation. I think that would be decided by the people. I'm just trying to look for some evidence from the commission on what they used to ask for this resolution. So if that could be explained, I think that would be helpful. Some things that in terms of government development or government reform is actually to get a clear, and I would recommend in Title II, and the late Delegate Nelson Begay always raised that there should be a definition, or there should be, what do council delegates do? Like, what is the role and the responsibility? And I often hear from executive, like duplication of work. And in my experience as a council delegate, a lot of time is spent assisting the chapters with project management, because the executive offices do not recognize their authority under Title 26 to be project managers for their projects. And so then it's then in turn, as a delegate, then we have to like set up meetings and follow and continue to follow up. And that takes away time for us to deal with national issues, how we're discussing the ARPA response, the public health response, systemic issues, our education needs, our public safety challenges, participating in tribal consultations. I think there's about 10 tribal consultations that are going to be conducted this month between our federal government and Navajo Nation. And it's not clear then who's going to speak on Navajo Nation's part. And that's where we see this disparity or funding challenges. That's why historically we never got our water funding, because there's federal funding formulas that are not in the best interest of Navajo Nation. Matter of fact, the latest one is now how they want to fund some of our victim services, and they want to allocate funding across the board to all of the tribes who apply, whether they're a 5-member tribe or like Navajo Nation, that's over 400,000 members. And so that hurts services that go to our people. So my concern is, are we leveling up and allowing then delegates to have the opportunity to address these systemic issues? Or is this measure, what was the need? Because I'm looking through this report and saying, the report demonstrates that council delegates have limited time for constituent outreach, attending chapter meetings, and thus an institutional change commands for the increase of the number of delegates. Like, what does that mean? If you could help me understand what that means as terms of sponsoring this legislation, and what does that mean when the commission, like what evidence do they need? Because especially now as we talk about the COVID response, the chapter has a minimum quorum to meet public health requirements. And so should we be looking at how to create more transparency in using the internet, posting information online, and empowering the chapters to understand what's happening here in Window Rock, and to get there's 330 chapter officials, like a lower house. Maybe this is the time to empower them to be able to be more engaged in Window Rock, instead of what this sentence, because it sounds like then this is just for constituent outreach. And so I'm trying to, and attending chapter meetings. So I'm trying to understand then, is it so that the delegate could be at the chapter level, where there's 3 chapter officials there, plus grazing official, plus possible farm board? Or is it in terms of communication and training, in terms of how to get the information out to the communities, let the people know that their voice matters, and maybe that's different ways that we could look at. So I'm trying to look at this in all different angles. So thank you, and I'd appreciate if I could understand number 6 of this resolution from the government development. Yeah, thank you.
Chair Henry, put me in the queue, Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, thank you, Shinada, Delegate Amber Knezbach-Carty, for your question. Now I'll defer back to Vice Chair Smith after after I have the sponsor, Shinada, Delegate with Edison Wanika. If you could respond.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Delegate Karate. I appreciate the question, and it seems that some of the questions is more related to the Office of Government Development, because they did some polls and also did some as far as going to the different communities, trying to get information as for the reasoning of increasing the delegates. And I understand the only way that I can respond to this question that I feel on my own, my opinions on this particular on this particular issue is that the Navajo Nation Council, when they changed the government from chairmanship type of government to the three-branch government, we copied the United States government. And I always think that the congressmen don't go to the local governments, to the states and to the counties. The responsibility is at the national level. And when the Local Governments Act was passed, that's exactly what it did. They made it so that we don't have any participation as far as the policy that was put in place. Prior to that, Navajo Nation Council used to supervise the government, the managers and the government staff. They had that responsibility. But when the local government was passed, we don't have, the Navajo Nation Council is not even in Title 26. So we were taken out of the local government that belongs to the local officials. And I think to this day, we continue to participate in the chapters in that respect. And when I go to my chapters, I always tell them, that I'm just a guest here. I don't have, I can't tell you what to do, or I'm just here to, if there's anything that I can do as far as sponsor a bill for any monies, any projects or project ready. To me, I tell them that's my responsibility. But as far as planning all the things that needs to be done at the local government, that belongs to you. And so in that respect, I don't know if the government development looked at it from the standpoint of the two levels of government that we have. Prior to BIA, pretty much given a lot of the responsibility to the Navajo Nation. We used to have the agency also, but now it seems like we don't have a three levels of government anymore. It's pretty much just the two levels, the national and then also the local. To an extent, we still have agencies in reference to agency meetings and whatever, but we don't have all the responsibility that was used to be at the agency. So in that respect, I understand what you're saying as far as the services at the local level, and then also the number of people that we have, over 400,000 plus. And in that respect, I feel that we have a tremendous responsibility to oversee the Navajo Nation government at the national level. In that respect, I think the people have gotten used to working with their council delegate almost on a constant basis. When there was 88, I think that's the main reason why they're missing that. And I think if we can explain how the government works, maybe that makes it a lot easier to work with the chapters in respect to the numbers that we have. And that's the reason why I just feel like the best thing to do is just give this back to the people, let the people decide with their vote whether they want to leave the Navajo Nation Council at 24 or increase it to 48. I know there's some other concerns you have, and I was really hoping that my agent from government development will be on, and that's the extent I can respond to your question, Delegate Crowdy. Thank you, Chair.
Appreciate your announcement, Delegate Edison Onika. With this, I'll defer back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio, Budget Finance Committee members of the Navajo Nation.
those that are listening on board with us. Adoshanai for bringing this legislation to the Budget and Finance 0251-21. As I'm looking at the legislation, it says that the Supreme Court, the people may reduce or increase the size of the council. There's no language in Section 102A to suggest otherwise. So the Supreme Court ultimately ruled the Navajo Nation Council may not amend Section 102A independently. It must defer the will of the Navajo people. So with that in mind, I know you mentioned tonight about the ability to go out there and collect signatures and all that. Are we utilizing this Supreme Court to, under Section 102A, to just give it to the people so that they will make the decision? The reason why I ask that is because chapters that I represent are asking, I guess that's the question that they're asking, and that's the question I want to ask. But apparently we don't have government development with us this morning or this afternoon. Don't want to put my brother into a position that put him in the corner, but I'm sure that government development would have an answer so that I could take this back to the planning meetings and also the chapter meetings on what we're actually doing here. And this is going to be till the next term, not this upcoming term. So my question too is, I'm sure that the people will be voting on it coming up this next election to increase or decrease or leave it the same. And if they increase it, then I guess that work starts. How does that with that? We have to wait on the folks to say, oh, 48, let's say. Or is it? Or it can be amended in council too, to even say 64 or even go back to 88. But the people will say, what's the cost analysis? The reason why they dropped it from 88 to 24 was to save money. Apparently that wasn't true, because we have a bigger area to cover and we have more responsibility. And at 88, I remember there were 2 to 3 delegates at the chapter house, and they would be there to assist, I guess, back in the 88. They, like you said, Shania, we sit and we listen, and we provide a report, and we do offer our leadership by saying, resolution, Shano, need. That way I can drop legislation to assist our support in matters that pertaining to the chapters that hit and it goes through the process of 164 review and all the way up to Navajo Nation Council if it has to, or depending on where that legislation has final authority. And I think that needs to be provided throughout the whole chapters. The other question I want to ask not CPMD, but the government CNGD, the Navajo Government Development, maybe I'll get an answer later on, but if Shania doesn't have the answer, that's okay. But my question is 24 is currently now, and then if we add another 24, that's 48. We have 24 districts already. So would it be wise to just add to those districts? Are we going to be breaking up the districts again? We have 24, and if there was 2 delegates at that area, I mean, we rely on our
LDAs to be out there. They're kind of like a quasi delegation, I guess you could say, in regards of providing a report and provide information and bringing forth resolutions and trying to help out and assist in that fashion. If we did that, left it at 24, and each delegate now would have another delegate in that area for coverage, and that would also, I don't know, help with the committees that we have, because we do have standing committees, and we have subcommittees. So those are things that I'm just kind of looking at. The last question I have is, if and should this pass for the referendum, my question is to the CNGD. Is there a way they could explore and see if the Navajo Nation could go bicameral? That way, the chapters have a little more say at their local level, and then, like you had mentioned earlier, that Congress folks are directly involved with the matters up at DC, and the bicameral has that authority for the representatives within the state to bring their issues and then have a meeting and then pass that and then give that to Congress, and then Congress either supports that or doesn't support it. Is there talk about that? I mean, we did change from the chairmanship, we did change to the 3-branch government, and now I think that would be something to explore. I don't know if that's the solution to that, but maybe that would be something where the chapters would be more self-autonomous in a way. And I know they already have their district meetings and they are agency meetings, so they're already kind of geared towards bicameral. Is that a better solution than trying to increase the council? Because you only have 100 congressmen to cover 50 states. And it is true that they can't be at each township, each county, or municipal. It'd be impossible for them to be at their local meetings covering that. So that's why they have that bicameral issue, Shananta. Maybe that could be presented to them to look at and see what the alternative is on that portion. Thank you, Chair. Those are my comments and my questions. And if Shania doesn't have the answer to that, I'm not trying to put them on the spot or anything like that, but I'm sure this has been recorded, and I'd like to forward that to the Government Development of the Navajo Nation, Commission on Navajo Government Development, so that they could hear this and bring an answer to what I presented here, Shananta. Thank you.
So you can, Vice Chair Smith, for your questions and comments. Defer back to Shananta. Delegate Edison J. Wanika.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Vice Chair Smith. I appreciate your question. Your first question had to do with 102A as far as making the decision, the will of the people. If this is just really just to give it back to the people to make that decision, that's really the purpose of this. And I just really feel that let them make the decision if they feel like, because this is going to be in discussion, I think, for a long time. It's going to keep coming up. So I feel like give it to them, let them decide. And if they want to stay with 24, then we can continue to work on the government as is. like you said, maybe go to a different type of government, since we did a copy of the federal government, maybe we need to put more of the things that they have in that the national government, because we just took certain process out of the government that they have. Just like one of the things we don't have is you talk to some extent about we don't have the party system, and that's, I think, is very important in the three-branch government. And to some extent, you talked about that in reference to having the local government having a certain responsibility to the national government. And those are some of the things I think we can discuss if they decide to leave it at 24. And then if we leave it at if we leave the district as is, if the people should vote to go to 48, then how are we going to do it? Are we going to be breaking up districts again? Yes, we have to, because once if the decision of the people is to increase the council to 48, we have to have an apportionment. Right now, we have, I think, almost 8,000 per delegates. And I think if we go to 48, it's probably going to go half, maybe almost 5,000 per delegate or something like that. So yeah, the districts will go to 48 instead of 24. So but in that respect, I like what you said about maybe it would be better just to add another delegate to the district that we already have. That will be the decision when the apportionment is done for 48. And I feel, at this time, it's best, if we just give this to the people, let the people decide what their wishes are. And you were saying that you need to go back to your planning meetings and chapter meetings to see what the wishes of the people is. In your chapters, there's no question. I went to all the chapters, including Atadzi, when I was getting signatures. And like I said, I just didn't have any problems with the people that were coming to the chapter meetings. Without question, it seems like it just went from one person to another. Very seldom did I see somebody just pass it on. But most of them just signed it, to increase it to 48. So I know a lot of the chapters are aware of it, specifically because it went to the agency council. So a lot of the chapter officials probably reported back to the chapters on what was in discussion. So based on that, Vice Chair, I hope I answered most of your questions. Thank you, Chair. Can you?
Delegate Edison J. Wanika for your response. Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments?
Hello. Can I say something? This is Jasper.
Who's Jasper?
Who's a member of the Navajo Nation. Hey, real quick, I just want to.
Hold on. Please state your name for the record. I don't know who this is.
Jasper Long from Rock Springs, Texas.
Jasper Long. Okay, please hold while I see if there's any further questions or comments from the Budget and Finance Committee. Then I'll recognize you after that. Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments?
Chair, any of this delegate again?
Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Yat eight Chair Henry Aro members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Aro here on the committee though. Aro the people that are on the line though. Yat eight. Aro Chair Wedo delegate Mr. Wanika, that happens to Hislin Aro the legislation, Kodoni Ginido, Hiado, bayan tiki aro dis aro asin so great ne but is at no bayan tiki do that it shahado aro it seems like we went through a lot with the Navajo Nation government so electing people the nepik na hatin to other button that not on even again. I don't listen again. For the Navajo Nation, for Navajo people, so it's Salinico. Although I don't, seems like we already have experience. As the Navajo people, comes at the whole I guess I thought we went through the chairman of the Yankee, a Kahos is Epigit, a Kahot in as a hot in do has is one secret. Say that then I'll be 30 cases linko. I understand now how this a young not on it and long what that just linko. You look back, what that the reason why I'm saying that is I oversee Indian Wells chapter. There's some people that passed during that time. The Neba and the Ignition, other people. Down what that's Lincoln. That was other has Lincoln. People that they're still hurting. Other another and nothing. What it's hot in. Other could we come up with different kind of different ideas, different suggestions how the government should function, and then also how should we create that. Different people which are not for the year called the concept. I guess even since the case is up to date now, that we had a lot of this pandemic's illegal. So what is the most important thing? I guess you could say that most important thing that I needed by yes people to recover. How can this Navajo people recover? I guess I could say that that's the priority. Indeed, and this is something that never happened so many years. That's all, yeah. And that's all, yeah. A lot of people that I know, I would say that there was 8 people. They were in that home, Hawan and Hastan there, and everybody got affected. The whole 8 people. They were quarantined. They got all positive, exposed to this virus. And all the 8 people, only one survived. They came back home. Or what the Natzago. There was nobody there. All of a sudden, they never came back. How can the government help? That's all you can describe that. So I guess that's what we're thinking today. It's a priority. And now it's lean. I guess that's what we were thinking. On this case. Even that's in that case in Zeko. So there should be a structure made how we can help these people. All these departments are available. All these programs are available within the Navajo Nation. And as far as healthcare facilities, how can the government help these people? How kind of structure can we have to ski about or with it? I guess we could. Question if don't need it today. Even as in that case, in the con. So the could ban hat any gido questions told and then again. But it seems like I did up or was it others? I asked Shishban Hadan Hadan. I needed my sister's delegate crowd in I just how could this function today as a priority? Is it a priority today? So I guess that's what we're really thinking for. We should be, as a delegate, we should be providing some information, recommendation, or the never not with no plans. Is it the best way to do that? I think we've gone that far. Today that's how the government is functioning. How could we do that to be realistic? If we would streamline this, don't need. This should be the way the government should work, especially right now in Nahoti with Lee. There's a crisis that's at stake, and Nahoti of his position. We should all participate and give in something like government endorsement. The government is already here. It's just the people. But how could we function? So today, I'm thinking is that it has to be a person that knows how to direct service from Wunderuk to the net, but in the hot is a program. Based on the government leader list. How can we do this? We went through that already. To do this, we want to go to increase to 48. What would be the pros and cons? We should be able to do that right now. Or the cost of it, how much is it going to be? We know to provide this is we know to tell the people that there is a declining in revenue, which we see every day with the Budget and Finance Committee. And the only way that the next 5 more years that we put money in there is through permanent trust fund. The interest rate as in Dani today. The revenue loss, the revenue declining. So is it? So the best way to do is ask you what I think that this is realistic. The net nada is nilo.
I want to ask a question.
Phone number 443 needs to be muted. Thank you, Chair.
Somebody needs to be muted. Who's the host of this board here?
It's muted. It's muted. I'm the host, Chair. Peggy.
Okay, Kushan, thank you. Thank you, Peggy. Go ahead, Shinada, Delegate Amr PBG.
Okay, my question here too is that what if people all on the referendum vote to say the increase to 48, do we have plans ready for that? How long are we going to put this together again? If they do that, and how much is it going to cost to do that? And how long is it going to be restructuring the 48 delegates? How long is it going to take again to continue this operation? Is it going to be a delay in it again? Are they with this revenue that we have right now? It's going to be it's up to 2024. Is it going to be interrupting that if it goes to 48? That will be my question too. So what Chair Henio. Thank you.
Delegate Elmer PBG. Regarding your question, Delegate Edson Wanika, do you have a response to the questions there?
Okay, thank you, Chairman Hinu. Ado Elmer, Delegate Begay, Nadine Kidigi, majority of your comments were just your statements on the way you look at this. So within the I need to know, is it a priority? I don't think this really gets into that category as far as is it a priority or not. I think it's just something that's been discussed for so long now. Are we just going to leave it and just let the people talk about it and not do anything about it? And then it's unfortunate that this is coming up right when we're in the middle of this pandemic. That this the first year of the 24th Council, I requested this legislation. It came up, so even not any or you Hashit and Helen could eat so I could end the Bayan take it out any Hashin Tony and that was not any Chairman Haloneta Hashin Tobasa has laid any but other in hidden any its art and as lane. With in the not ashid out our chance to I had and she without a out in not late. When the Jada you see at L engines and the shade Hashin so which on did na that one has on in the with a Hashin so now the Hale. Jada you see with on net our was our cat to the yard Asia while Simbe budget in the you have to address that. All without Shin Sodoya Shonda. I don't sound 19 kilo north of the Bahado listen. There's no question about it. There's going to be costs. Every time there's a change or whatever, there has to be a cost. Asian shipping holding to response on it. I don't Satobayan to Hashita 80. Not argue to the Hajo, the direct service than any the Hajo, it's not understood. A shadow I can load a shiny turn on the Hanselai, Hashint out never needless. That's a yard echo that's a bit needless, story out that's a bit yelty, yard out that's a bonita, a quite shame, it is on Hansela quite eager. A quotation to eat a saho than nesto. To let hang it or a basement and his land the Sudan zone she done next door. I could even not this net as she be banner slad or less as she begin yet or us. Jadi ni seba nani kaido lestene. Eda hot edo les. Nishik adi bachana holdis. Na dishi cha na ho a chi na da di nido lesto. Ako eda binase nan hite nesto binase tha na lidat eda nate nes. Night nesligeda hot abelit ito les. Adon dai nesdo les. Tadi no shi so sa hot out is now shi lo ba nate indo les kwa ige. Ako da ni di ba do lesligeda ni hot ako jadi ako out ni base bonds on 88 or 24 yeah. Ako di pahalin ke da is ya do kisa no jo ha jo ina se sa to ne ya da is ne junne hi ka ba ho ni jo do hot e da pahalin ke do da is ya hot sa da ako khul ya la hot e do la ni ke la de ne ba na ni se di se da se ben ya khat en so ban sus case di da ako khalit au di kat sa da be khat tina tin ti ke to da se pen hitri da don hitri la git a ya din hat a ge de ni ta da jo da ba ya thi sa a ko si ban sa ke so listi a ko kon de ba hin no di I xiang ji ha don ni a ko a ya na fi so le li xiang ji ha de ya khit a ya da be la do le sa jo il san hin ha la in la chit na be chong di ne ke khula do ni tha ta do za o sin la khu do le e she ya an she ya khu do na be chi na ne thi do le Steven na e she do ta din ni chi di ni do le khwa I ke a kon so in na ta na si do le honorable Bigay la chair.
Christina, thank you, Senator Delegate Edison Wanika. This back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chairman Hanyo, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Senator, you have the floor.
Thank you, appreciate it. Delegate Wanika, I'm in looking at the letter from the Office of Government Development, it referenced in the third paragraph, it referenced that the office undertook thorough research and analysis covering a period of 1 year regarding the reduced Navajo Nation Council and its effectiveness and responsiveness. I am trying to get access to that report. I'm on the Office of Navajo Development website. I don't see that the link is working to access any of their reports. I'm also looking, and this is just based off of what's provided in this legislation without reading the report, that it looked like there was Navajo people and current chapter officials who voted for the increase. I think that's where I'm concerned if chapter officials feel that there should be an increase. Going back to the question on the role of the council delegate and what is considered the responsibility of the delegate. So chapter house and the chapter house system is under executive. So we all know, or we all should know, then that's under the president's office. And so I think what we have to be clear is then do the people want to expand or want to be very explicit in that council delegates then start have more authority to deal with executive programs? Because what we hear is that we cannot get into administrative matters, that we have to just look at the policy. We're bound and we're not able to require a government employee to do something that's, like whether it's their job title, their job duty, that we're just able to advocate for that individual. So I think I need to be clear in terms of what the public feels is the role and responsibility of the council delegates, because especially our older population still feel that delegates have the authority prior to the 89 reforms. There's still quite a lot of conversations where, as a delegate, they'll ask me to intervene and kind of, if they're not getting along with like their chapter official, or if there's a program issue. So I need to know, it sounds like the people need more of like advocates, or the executive programs need to build up systems that do not dismiss and ignore our people. And we've seen that with the hardship. It's beyond my mind how so many individuals' phone calls were not answered, or emails are not answered. Like, right, there's no system, there's no advocacy system here. And I think that's where then the people will depend on the delegate. And that is a challenge, because it's an executive issue that needs to be addressed at the executive level. And the CEO is President Nez. So where does the president and vice president's office play a part in this when our people are trying to get some type of relief or remedy? Because what I'm looking at in terms of delegates and as the legislative governing entity of the nation, we've lost a lot. And going back to this national level discussion, and so I was looking at now we know a better idea of how many of our relatives are living off the nation. And so in this report, or was there any discussion to start including urban representation? I just quickly jotted down, if you're going to increase by 24, and there's roughly 4 major urban areas. And this is the work, like with ICWA or other, when we talk with our urban clinics, because there are national conversations on this, it's primarily, Phoenix, Albuquerque, Salt Lake City, and Los Angeles, maybe Denver. We could put Denver in here if that's, a large Navajo hub. And then, and not knowing the report, or how, if the intent is then to include or expand representation from those areas. I think that would be interesting to look at, but I'm not sure how Government Commission limited their scope. Because if they're concerned about the democratic process, then it would seem like everything's on the table. And how would our relatives who are living off the nation have proper document or proper representation if it's just limited to being at the chapter meeting? Because at the chapter meeting, that is very limited. We have a majority of our chapters who have a hard time gaining quorum. And if quorum is anywhere from 15 to 25, and so that would only be less than 25 people per month that would get an opportunity to have direct connection with their leadership. So what I'm trying to do is look at what were the issues that were raised by the commission in its report, and some of the solutions, and how narrow they defined their scope. I also wanted to see what were your thoughts in terms of looking, if this is successful by the people and voting to increase, and I think that's purely up to the people to decide. There has always been a discussion about staggered terms. And so this may be an opportunity then, instead of saying the increase will be in effect in 2026, to actually be in effect 2024, and then you'll have a rotation, if you will, of leadership, so that you don't have to continuously start over again. And that then in these leadership roles and the experience that delegates receive on these committees, they can move forward. And that's what I think the people need to know, is there is a type of expertise that you gain by sitting on some of the committees, because you're fully immersed in certain subject matter expertise, subject matter areas, and you lose some of that, for better or for worse, when there's new delegates who are assigned, new committees. I think that's just the role of how we do things. But if at one point it was to look at staggering terms, I know the U.S. Senate does staggering terms, And that might be a consideration that we look at. And I also want to state that if we're in this conversation about what our delegates or our council chambers should look like and be composed of, I would ask that we have a conversation like when we put together the Veterans Advisory Council, that we try to make it not only representation of every 5 agencies, but there also was a woman representation. And that I feel has really benefited the veterans conversation, whereas in the past, there was never a female commander. And now since that transition, that seems to be working really well in terms of representation and having a balanced approach in terms of what's being discussed, what issues come to the floor. Because I think in some of these areas, especially when it comes to violence in our communities and whatnot, we need to strengthen how the nation is going to support that. And many of our relatives flee the nation because we don't have the type of protection here, and they'd rather live at home, but they're not protected. The system does not protect them. And so we could hear from them and hear their voice and make sure then we're creating a community that we would all want our children to live in. So I think if we have this opportunity, that's what I wanted to share. But I would need the report. And I think these are discussions as we move forward in terms of how and the leadership that we want. And I'll still think that, looking at the 330 chapter officials, there is a lot of room to maximize leadership for growth, for them to be able to excel, and looking at what are some of the challenges that Title 26 either is contradictory on, that needs further development, so that they can be able to advocate and to work in their communities. Because according to FEMA, they see chapter presidents just like the mayors. So if they were a mayor of the town, then they should have the ability to make those decisions, but also be accountable for their actions and the training that they need to get and scale up our chapter. So I just wanted to offer those suggestions in terms of your work and hearing from the people, and if I could get a copy of this report. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you for your questions, comments. And this I defer back to you, Shananda. Delegate Edison Wanika.
Thank you, Chairman Hinu. I appreciate it. And thanks again, Delegate Crowdy, for those questions and those comments that you made. I appreciate it. And I agree with you as far as the responsibility of the president, vice president, and then also the Navajo Nation Council. There's no question that the chapter house system is under the president. And sometimes that makes it hard because especially during this pandemic, it seems like a lot of chapters just really had a hard time getting information from the president's office. And there's no question they end up coming to us. And sometimes it's direct question relating to their duties and responsibilities, which really belongs to the community development and under the executive branch. But sometimes we have to do all that we can to help. So I think those are the things that I agree with you that need to be addressed in reference to being an advocate for the people. And the chapter official has a more direct responsibility in that respect. And I know there's people that really get discouraged when they make phone calls for services, this and that. Sometimes you're asked to go see a certain person because they've been calling that particular office for so long. And sometimes we follow through with that. And there's no question we do get information for them, and we do get the services that they've been asking for. And so I think that's where there's going to have to be some changes or pursue changes that will really help the people to participate in their local government. And so, and then you talked about urban representation. And some years ago, when President Hill was in office, we really pursued that. We wanted to get urban representation, and we looked at Phoenix and Albuquerque. But we got to a certain extent on that. But the problem that we had was just like right now, when we travel, we can't make decisions off reservation. We have to be on the Navajo Nation to make any decision for the nation. And so that's the situation that we got into. In order to get representation from Phoenix, there has to be the lands that will have to be withdrawn. And so that's where we ran into problems. I don't know if there's another way that we can do that, but I agree. There's a lot of our people that live in Phoenix, Albuquerque, Salt Lake, and those areas, and no question they need representation. And we even talked about the possibility, like what the United States government do in other countries. They have embassies. Maybe we could set up something like that within these cities. And I know we have Indian centers, but they're usually by not only the Navajo Nation, but different tribes. Sometimes they come together and establish an Indian center for the native people. So those are some of the things I agree with you that needs to be addressed. And I really appreciate you bringing up the fact about the staggered term. We talked about that, but if the support was from government development, that would have been part of this legislation. But they felt like staggered term wasn't really the idea. And so, but I feel it's a really good idea because I think that will help, especially with this particular legislation. The council as 24 will go back in as is. And then in 2 years, when there's a chapter officer's election, then the other 24 will go in. So I think that's a really good idea if 48 wins. So I wouldn't mind supporting that. So I think that's one of the things that we need to discuss if this 48 should pass. And as far as the woman in government, I think there's no question. We really need to ensure that all officials are respected, and as far as their duties are concerned, that there shouldn't be any difference. And I think if we continue to address these situations that we have as far as our governmental process within the Navajo Nation, I think we can make a lot of difference for the people. I think that's where this legislation is coming from, concerns coming from the people. And that's the reason why I feel that we can't take this lightly. I think we need to present it to the people, let them decide what they feel is the best thing to do. Thank you, Chair.
Delegate Wanika. Any further questions, comments on that Budget and Finance Committee?
Delegate
Delegate PBG.
Yeah, none of them. Chair Henio, I wrote down. Chair Wedo down. Delegate Wanika. I don't response to any, but I didn't hear any my question that was answered. So if we put it on referendum, and then if the people voted for to get to the 48, are we ready for that? Do we have a plan how to go about it? Just like restructuring the whole government, restructuring the subcommittees. And then how we can be doing that. How long is it going to take? We're in a pandemic. So even 24, this is going to be 48. is there going to be a delay in it? How long is this delay going to be restructuring this the government to 24 delegates? That was my how long do you think that will take to restructure this 24 to 48? And even I just could over.
Yeah, that's not delegate Elmer Gay. Back to sponsor, Delegate Edison J. Wanika.
Thank you, Chair. And Honorable Delegate Begay, the reason why I didn't regularly respond to that is because in Title 11, as far as reapportionment is concerned, we can't, the election administration and then also government development as far as doing the reapportionment. One time, when we were talking about, when the discussion was on reducing the council to 24, we wanted to do an apportionment. Never saw the deal, no, the 24 again, no. Net from the Legislative Council, though, from Department of Justice, you can't do an apportionment on a number that's not approved if you don't need. So wait until that 24 is approved, then you can do an apportionment. Because ako na la 24 da din ni do sa ado ban ya banas ni stole ishin da ida in na da ni sto akonde judi 26 in da sto abich do do lesson sende ashi do ni session a da ni le 26 in da ni lo ya there's going to be a whole 4 years in Bahrain in the electric out or litigate a Bahrain in the electric Bahas Adoles, Adol, Negate out or bent on Sigit Aushi, the 25th Council, she and that Indo list are new when now go. I had out of the crowdy and get staggered Elia, say, ya, a Nakinakajish, Bahrain Indo list, out a 48 in Nisto list. A quite a hot out of Benton at Ahadis, Delegate Begay, he had now.
Shanandal for responding to the questions. Shanandal, Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments? Then I'll defer to Che.
I did have a question.
Shanandal, do you have the floor?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Delegate Wanika, for those responses. I understand any of those recommendations would take amendments. I'm going to not make any amendments here at committee because I do want to get additional feedback from the different chapters. And we are going to have a Northern Agency meeting, emergency meeting, I believe next week. And so we'll ask that the office present this information to the agency. Something I want to discuss too is council salary. So there's a misconception in terms of how much salary a delegate receives, or I guess salary. So there's salary, there's $25,000 in salary, and then there's this other pot of meeting stipends, and then of course, depending on how many committees or subcommittees, so it's there's not like one number. What I'm concerned about is it takes a lot of time and energy to process all of these stipends, like it's a lot of time and energy. And that's why I think the report is vital. Has there been a conversation in terms of what the people feel should be a reasonable salary for delegates? And the reason why I'm asking this question is we have to transform our own system. The stipend and committee, all of these forms that we have to sign, it takes us away from the work that we need to do. And I know in reading Judy V. White that needs to go out to the people. I'm not sure if you've had that conversation with the commissioners. I would say at this point that we should try to move forward in getting some reasonable establishment of the salary. So that could be helpful. It's my understanding, and if delegates don't know, on the Budget and Finance Committee, I think the Office of the Controller, when they sat down with me and explained all of the details and the work that they have to do to process one of those stipend claim forms, is I think they estimate it takes about $50 worth of work, staff work, time and work, collecting it, processing it, whatever they have to do to the final and I think if we start considering what's a better way for the legislature to function when it comes to salary, we'll be on a better, it'll be helpful for us then to identify what would be the financial impact if we increase delegates, and then what is reasonable for the pay of delegates. And I think there's delegates who represent one chapter and delegates like myself that represent 7 chapters. And so to get across my district, it's about 130 miles. And so I think those are things that I would also want to take in consideration, because it's important to know then what is the role of the delegate and the expectation of the people in seeing, if there's 4 chapter meetings on one Sunday, how can you attend in person? The math and the mileage just doesn't add up. So I think there's other ways too when we start talking about increasing. I'm just trying to again figure out what is the best representation, or what is the needs from the people? What do they need from their delegates? And then how can we make sure we create a system working with the people so that they have they're empowered. And again, just going, a lot of this work is a lot of issues with executive programs. I mean, let's be honest, I would say 95% of my work is trying to figure out how to get executive programs to either respond, to use their money, to implement what they are budgeted to implement. And that's not my job as a legislature. My job is to allocate the funding. And that's why we have a president, vice president. They have 24 staff, they have division directors. And so I think having an honest conversation, then what we can do to make sure then our delegates are successful, and that we're having these higher level conversations with our county, state, federal partners on making sure we're advocating for our communities and for our region. So thank you. If you could give me some feedback in terms of if this, maybe I'll ask Legislative Council, could a future amendment of this legislation include the salary of the delegate, or is that considered like not the intent of the legislation? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, for your question and comment. I believe Delegate Wanika can answer that. Shananta, a response to the questions?
Thank you, Chairman Hinu, appreciate it. And Delegate Crowdy, I really appreciate that question because in 1998, I was on the council 1998 to 2002. And in talking about the council salary, at that time, we increased the salary of the council from $25,000 to $35,000. But the way it was done, I disagreed with it. I tried to convince the council that we're not doing the right thing. We're not going through the proper procedures. So, but it didn't do any good. So I had to file a complaint with the district court. But I was told I cannot be a plaintiff, that you have to get other people to be plaintiffs, because if you are the plaintiff, then you will be filing the complaint against yourself. So we went through the process. I think it took 4 years. We won, and the salary was put back to 25. And the reasoning of that increase in the salary was because of exactly what you're talking about, Delegate Crotty. I think there is, I still have a problem with it, because at the time it just really became an issue that councilmen chasing money, because especially right now, we get $60 for oversight committee meetings, but then when we go to chapter meetings, we get approximately $300 for planning and chapter meetings. So sometimes I think delegates feel like they get paid more by going to those meetings. So sometimes they're late coming to the meetings. And I'm very concerned that when we start coming back to our meetings, that we have to be here in person. And I got a feeling that maybe what's going to happen is certain delegates going to say, can I just call in? Because they will be going to a planning meeting or chapter meeting. So I really agree with you in respect to there should be a salary. There should be a set salary instead of all these other reimbursement for doing other work. And our salary should take care of the needs of the people. Because sometimes division directors have a tremendous responsibility, but they just have the one salary. And so I think we need to be looking at something like that. And I don't know, one of the things I talked to government development about was to do legislation to do a salary increase for the Navajo Nation Council. And that's one thing that I feel is very important. I think we need to discuss that. I don't know if it'd be appropriate to include it in this legislation. I'm just afraid if that becomes a part of it, because it's going to go to the people. Because of that, it might not pass the council to be referred to. My recommendation would be it would be good to do a separate legislation for the salary of the council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Edison Wanika. Also, Office Legislative Council, Ms. Barba.
Thank you, Chair.
Regarding the question of the process that needs to take place when it comes to looking at increasing the salary of a Navajo Nation Council as opposed to the president, and what is the state entitled to?
Thank you, Delegate Chairman Hinyo and Budget and Finance Committee. I've picked up two questions here. One of them is, can raising the salaries be added to this legislation? I would strongly recommend it be done in a separate legislation. Referendums, if you look at your legislation that's in front of you, you also have included things like I'm looking at page 4, which really speaks to the ballot language that would be included. And so what you would have to have is two different referendums for the voters with two different informations on the ballot. And historically, getting those ballot questions worded right has been a challenge. It takes a lot of effort. So yes, a referendum can go in front of the people to raise the delegate salary. however, strongly recommend it not be combined with this one. There is so moving on to the next question. There's two different ways to raise the delegates' salaries. One would be through a referendum. The other is that you could raise the salaries through an initiative process, but as Delegate Juanita has spoken, that's more complicated and challenging getting signatures. And if you look at section 102A, it states that the Navajo Nation Council shall be the, just a second, I forgot where I was looking on the salary. So you could do it through referendum. But then also under section 106A, it speaks to the fact that a salary increase may be approved by the Navajo Nation Council, but shall not become effective unless ratified by 2/3 of all Navajo Nation chapters within 120 days of approval by the Navajo Nation Council. So if you wanted to pursue it that way, council could pass a resolution the salaries, but it would not, but that resolution would not become effective until it was ratified by 2/3 of all Navajo Nation chapters, and that ratification has to take place within 120 days. So there are two options, one to do a referendum, or two to do a legislation that is then ratified by the by 2/3 of the chapters within 120 days. I am aware that the Development Commission and the office has been discussing doing a referendum and has been involved in collecting various salary studies from other tribes, from state legislatures, etc. I think that on that avenue, I think it's really important on those salary studies that they use, government development uses correct data, and where the issue has been is that comparing current salary of $25,000 per year for Navajo Council delegates does not capture the full salaries for comparison's sakes, because it does not include the various meeting fees, chapter stipends, etc. So just to summarize, two options. One is a referendum, which I strongly recommend through a standalone resolution, or two, to do a regular resolution and then get it ratified by the 2/3 of the chapters. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Budget and Finance Committee.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Barba, for that explanation. I asked if you could do a little bit more exploration into what you just provided to the committee here, as far as the referendum and the ratification by the chapter, because it has the president is the referendum model, and so just wanted to see if you could do some more to provide us a good detail in case this question comes up again. Back to you, Senator, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair, this is Delegate Juanita.
Christina, with that.
This is Delegate Brown also.
Christine, I'll do defer back to sponsor, and then after that to Shanada Delegate Nathaniel Brown. So Shanada Delegate Edison Wanika.
Thank you, Chair. I just kind of forgot. I understand why your Honorable Chairman Henyo said I could answer the question in reference to the salary for the council. What happened at the time in 1981 or 82 was we passed a resolution by Navajo Nation Council to increase the salary from $25,000 to $35,000, and they increased the salary to $35,000, and then they gave us a standardized resolution to take to the chapters. And at the time, I was representing 3 chapters: Crystal, Red Lake, and Sawmill. And there was 2 of us delegates. And we took the resolution first to Sawmill to put it on the agenda. And my colleague was afraid. He said, don't put it on the agenda. And I told him, says, we have to, because we have to get it ratified. And he didn't want to. But I went ahead and put it on the agenda. And the reason why he didn't want to put it on the agenda was the people really chewed us out. They told us, we didn't put you in the office to be asking for more money, for salary, this and that. And they just really, they were upset with us. But when the vote came, they voted for increasing the salary. And then we went to Crystal. The same thing happened. We got chewed out again. But the vote was also in the positive to go ahead and increase the salary. And then at Red Lake, the same thing happened. But at Red Lake, we lost by 1 vote. But out of the 3 chapters, we got 2 that supported it. But one thing that really surprised me was when we came back to the chambers after so many days to see if we had the 2/3 votes of the chapter, we found out that most of the council was afraid to go back to the chapter to present that particular resolution. And I really feel that if we all come together in unison, I don't see a problem in increasing the salary. Because you think about running for this office, if especially a younger person running for office that has that's married and have 2 or 3 children, they can't support the family with $25,000 a year. So they might want to run for delegate, but because of that, they might be hesitant. So I think it's going to serve 2 purposes: increasing the salary. I think it will really quality of leadership. I think it's going to be there. I'm not saying that we don't have the quality now, but it seems like pretty much everybody continues to run for the position. I think we make it so that just like we were getting information from one of our executive directors saying that the salaries are too low, and that's the reason why people don't apply for positions. And to me, running for delegate is pretty much the same. So I think we really need to address that. And I think we can do it as soon as possible. If we can all come together, come up with a number, what will be a good salary for the council. And I agree with Crowdy. If we can just have that one salary to work with, instead of having all these different reimbursement, I think that will really help us as far as taking care of our responsibilities. Thank you, Chair.
I'd like to see again, Shananta, for providing that response again. I'll defer back to the Budget and Finance Committee, Shananta. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Oh, yeah. Budget and Finance Committee. Ado Shananta, Mr. Wanika, Kwegi, Nantos. Pedro Nahdit Ahinindia. Ado Kwegi Bikil Kegi, Nzonia. Ado Sisters do the Nessa that is Nelito Leo Kadikaho, the name gets a Hadat here. Adela is the Hardship on Dunkid Nisha. And I know that can go both ways, and I think a lot of people they are frustrated that they don't get to see us as delegates at the local chapter meetings, especially during the pandemic. A lot of online calls, but I think the representation. The other part that I wanted to see, Shananta, if you can respond to this, is do you know currently does government development or the Net Policy Institute or other organizations who study the Navajo Nation government? I'm interested in how much of the important high-level meetings we are missing out on, as far as in Washington, D.C. I know that's where a lot of our federal fundings come from. I know with the current structure of the 4 committees, it seems like we as delegates have been sometimes in multiple meetings, which just means that we are not we're missing on, I know for myself, I miss out on some very important meetings. Do you have that information? I think with 24 delegates, we simply can't cover, the 3 states, the state capital affairs, as well as at the federal government. And then there's a lot of departments, especially where our Navajo Nation receives dollars from, for anywhere from school to IHS for us as a Navajo Nation government to function. So there are a lot of lawsuits that impact the Navajo Nation, our land, and our people also on a regular basis. Being in this position, I'm noticing that, and we can't be everywhere. Do you think the increase will help the advocacy at the federal, state, county, and local level, including at our 110 chapters with this increase? Is there any studies that indicate that since the reduction from 88 delegates to 24, that as far as funding wise, is there a lot more reversion of federal dollars since now that it feels like we are not, the 24 simply can't be at all these important meetings, especially with the states when they go into legislative sessions. During the pandemic, I don't think that sometimes our lobbyists were there. Sometimes Navajo Washington office was there, but I don't think our presence was really there in order for us to advocate for our people and our land. So eo kodohot alban this case haladik hasne na ingelchi kaidat slatohot an hidnege hadat zle the ano idea benina naleda sagelchenia peso onat abich not only Washington go can nahal ke go obich peso onate slatotan kedanisha a koho nihedi the beshpan an tehnal yago that actually cut dollars in some this case. And also keep in mind that Shananta, that we are a huge nation as far as population as well as land base. So I know that there's a lot of moving parts every day to run a nation as big as ours, and a lot of moving federal dollars. My second part of the question is, Nede for the nation, lay Navajo Nation peacemaking, this Navajo Nation government is exactly like the federal government. So we just cut and paste. But yet, where is the Navajo Nation government developing, seeing how we can keep who we are as the Nehie I thought the Neni Clini Nehebehes Ani Hello I thought Ehwinson do Nehikeya Leha Archigo so that ado tsilpigi ketahanit ado kut I thought the neni tlini ke ol ihihelo ela hago aja hajobik iyadilti. I hear some people saying that Navajo, we are more kwajin hit nasi thanige hajonja hokar ako di kwajubelakana be or it's more of an adversarial model where we're trying to fit a circle into a square peg and it's not really working out for us. I can see how in the increase according to what my chapters are telling me and our people, the increase will help. But in Hikwaja, there was, I got to follow up with this, but there was an individual, again, with peacemaking who told me that this person goes around the world and studies the different indigenous governance model that they have to govern, and he usually takes them apart and fixes them or makes recommendations how to be more efficient and effective. But when it came to Navajo, when he came here with the Navajo, the fundamental laws, and the true the nahat nahoka the nehni cleaning nahat aiki the a najonala take ehin sin besala ado edit abes salani dolato yon kish eda ajakut abi dahando khagosh khait dahano astolesh sadan kisnesto. I think I kwashine lan cast we don't kazani besitsi to ajakut anhat ani edat ebenina sa yesh hadat has twisani dich il enhalen belakana benat ajada kujet tahni yedo be tahati plasigi abenahan ado hojo bahni zendati pesona gai khashit ado ekut ye hadat elashanant Mr. Winika elah to khait adadat asayen khatahasido khalid kudo I thought behot asashito nzona jodik abiki ki gibenacha I thought di kwegi di nihebe has ani that edo di beshmasa ani klinido di tha o khahot sogi ajbeta anishi nihidnebik edest edo nihikeya ho akonde khalid itahanit an hojo at the neni klini bol tao behelselo yat eho hot andole mastosh that no could abesh khatsi ako eshi na kibon sahake si ajakut inje huishla dole chanant ya di khal adat ening kisnata di da an na din di katna si thanigi khadalla khal edat ebe besta khashne da nat konalia ngitsa in abenedi in Washington the edet adot na kigon eya di the neni klini nihebe has ani I don't halon hitna elakhit eshi satanana ston the jodik abik he given na eya kut ana dishkitole ado konstodole yeah.
Kushikela questions or comments again. With this, Shnanda, Delegate Edison Onika, response.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee, the Honorable Delegate Brown, Nadine Kidigi, as far as has there been any governmental studies dated one date the types of government as far as the Navajo Nation or any outside entities as for studies given I guess the most appropriate department will be the government development. I don't know if there was any studies in that respect, but as far as the numbers going from 88 to 24 and I feel that it did really limit extending our services to the different like the county, the state, the federal government, and other agencies that want our participation. Especially in your case, Delegate Brown. You work with Arizona and then Utah, and then with the federal government and then the different agencies. With Ani Ashinaba when Ani with she so with Ensoban this case because I'm on the committee at the national level for diabetes. Sometimes there's meetings and it's very important that we're there to ensure that the money is going for that program is to ensure that that money continues to provide the services that is needed. Also, we're talking about increasing the amount. And the other person that's a part of that is the president. And the president hardly makes it because for him it's even worse because representing the whole nation and to be at those meetings. So there's a delegate that's always, not always, but sometimes certain delegates are appointed to also be at those meetings. Of course, it's really hard, and I think we're losing out sometimes. In those cases, I think we really need to talk to our people. But the two chapters that I have, they're supporting this increase. And I think if we really need to continue to do that, I think it will really help. So I think one of the reasons that we're in this situation is there was just a real drastic reduction. If we would have limited the reduction, maybe we wouldn't be in this situation now. And I think that's the reason why the people are saying what they're saying to you, and they're saying it to me. And I think a lot of the delegates, they even said they took it to the agency council. I think Eastern Agency Council already addressed this, and I think they have supporting resolution on this. So I think, like I said, if we talk to our chapters, there's no question in my mind that they will be very supportive of this. Although your last question is or prayers and our peacemaking and to really keep who we are. This case, I need to know Delegate Brown. I wish we had a written language. The written language that we have was just invented. I wish we had our own language that was carried on, like the other, like the Anglo Society and the Mexicans and things like that. I wish we could have our own language. We could probably easily know what type of government we had and what type of policy making we would have. So we're trying to hang on to it. I think that we're starting to write those things down. We're kind of losing it. And I think if we hold on to it, our elders were very strong. Food stamps. I don't that as far as warfare they were very strong, and that's the reason why we're here. When I go to chapter meetings, and I tell them I think there was a balance between the physical and the spiritual. And I think we're more going by the physical now, based on the five senses, what we see, what we hear, and all that. The spiritual, so there's not that. That's kind of become secondary. If we could get back to that, I think we're going to become stronger again, a stronger nation, because we, to a great extent, we limited the spiritual side of our lives. And the Kwaigidan need, and I agree with you in that respect. But how do we get back to that? It makes it kind of hard, because sometimes a person gets educated and they get a really good job and they start supporting their families, and they come to realize, that I can do all this on my own. I don't need anybody else. They even come to the point that they don't even need, as far as God or something. Did I shipping? And I still, I have my education. Without that, tonight the case and I think we need to get back to the spiritual side of our lives because we can get the guidance that we need. Because especially the Nebasan Nishigi, the Nedot Anil Tombahonil Zunda, with the Yined Arts on the house and any Carnalo Eben Kitzilo, we can resolve a lot of the problems that we have. So in that respect, I agree with you, Delegate Brown. Thank you, Chair.
Kushina, thank you for that response. Now back to the committee. Any further questions, comments? I'll defer to Delegate Che. Delegate Vice Chair, so he wishes to ask a question. Delegate Odoso?
Yeah, could I ask you
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, Budget and Finance Committee for hearing this legislation, and this legislation came to Law and Order Committee. Through the you even hear it on the floor. The people need, the people this, no. And this is a form of legislation that is giving the decision to the Navajo, directly to the Navajo people. That's one. Number two is that I guess through a legislation, it's very easy for this to pass, and whether the delegate will support it. But I guess one day someone else can come back in and with the legislation and say, hey, let's go reduce the council to 36, or let's increase the council to 88. Oh, it's not. I guess the research of how to make this a probable way so that the increase will happen where the increase is needed, and that's based off of the representation off of population. You look at the larger communities, which is like in Tuba City, my chapter, Shiprock, Ado Chendle. Those delegates have one chapter, and it's not because of what we chose. It was the choosing of the Navajo people when they reduced the council. Population, whatever that number was, the threshold was about 8,000. I think if we can find language to say, hey, let's put in language indicating based off of population, the growth area. That's where, if it's needed, they have the numbers to back what that threshold is. And if we could stay with 8,000, that's fine. That way, if a community reaches 16,000 people living within the population margin within that delegate district, or if we lower the threshold to 5,000, we could give another delegate region another delegate. There's option like that. It can be done. But I guess the representation, when you look at the national level, it's based off of population and legislative districts. And I think that should be the main threshold of this conversation, is that where is the need at? And as Honorable Crotty spoke to, what is the reasoning, the justification? Should it be turned around and say, do we really need all those chapters? Because there's some chapters that have less than the population threshold and to be a recognized chapter. I believe to be a recognized chapter, you have to have a minimum of 1,000 people living in a chapter. But there's chapters out there that don't have that minimum population threshold, not registered voters, the population threshold. Alcohol. When you have chapters that is holding the minimum amount of 1,000 people living population, is it fair to another chapter that does not? Is that fair to the chapter that's holding that minimum threshold? While the chapter has only maybe 400 people living in that community year round, based off of the population margin and the population count. And that's maybe something that we could utilize, because that's a known census data that has been ratified by Congress. And it was willingly. And some people may not have chose to sign up for the census, but they didn't. That impacts their communities. So I think you should. I agree with the Legislative Council that the salary issue should be addressed in a whole different legislation, not in this referendum request, because it's going to be confusing to the Navajo people. And or just leave it as is. But the current structure of the council legislative district is based off of a population margin. And right now, whether a delegate represents one chapter to 8 chapters, we all represent the same amount of population. Some delegates, they have 8 chapters, and unfortunately they have 8 chapters in there. And I think the issue is we really need to start looking at for but with this, just keep it nice and easy, simple, and let's give it to the people and have the people address this, and let the people say the final say. The other is the 2,000 less signatures that were needed on the referendum, the petition drive. I really questioned that, and I know that the Navajo Nation Supreme Court weighed in, but it still didn't meet that signature by less than 2,000 people. So is that even legal? Should we be continuing to operate at 88 until the legal threshold of the petition drive is met? Those are just some of my thoughts in this conversation. Thank you.
Chair Henios, Vice Chair.
Chair Henios, Delegate Daniel. So,
questions, and thank you for your comments. Vice Chair Oduso, Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, Shananta, Chair Henio, and Shanai, for bringing this legislation in. The main topic is just basically giving it to the people. Question I have for Legislative Council: this legislation here is going to be pushed forward to the next level, and then council is the final authority. And when council does ratify that, does it go to the president for signature? Or does it just go straight to the folks for a referendum election? I mean, this November election again for the increase. The other question is, when this is posed and it does go to the November election, is there a requirement for the Navajo Nation to have 2/3 vote, or is it just simple majority on behalf of increasing? I know that that's the question they'll be asking at the planning and also the chapter meetings. Thank you, Chair Henny.
Again, Vice Chair Smith. This Office Legislative Council, Ms. Barba.
Thank you, Chairman Henya and Vice Chairman Smith, for the questions. First off, yes, the legislation will go across the street for a president to sign it into law or veto it. If he vetoed it, it can only be a regular veto, so it could be overridden by council. The second question was, what is the vote requirement? And the Supreme Court determined that regardless of what is in the code, that was somehow in the code was, and the code does have a the code has a higher requirement of the code says a majority vote of all registered voters in all precincts. The Supreme Court said that the requirement would be a majority of those voting. So no, it does not need a 2/3 vote by the populace, nor does it need a 2/3 vote. This legislation just is a regular vote. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Barba. So you're saying that the referendum is a simple majority of the people?
Yes, a simple majority of those voting.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Unless if the sponsor, Delegate Wanika, wishes to add any more, would you like to add the response or refer back to the committee? Delegate Wanika.
Chair Hino, thank you.
Daniel So.
I think Otto So asked a question.
Okay, go ahead. You have the floor. I'll defer back to questions again.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question, Honorable Otto So. The main thing is to give it to the people. Then, it might be easy to pass, and it might just start going back and forth. People wanting less than 48 or increase it more than 48 without that. When I was first on the council, I did legislation in reducing the council. Also, I put seven numbers on the ballot, in the primary ballot, and two of the highest vote getter was 24 and 88. So the 24 and 88 went to the general election, and the 24 won by a 2-1 vote. But at the time, based on what Delegate Smith is asking, at that time there was a requirement of there has to be a majority of all registered voters. I think I needed 43,000 to vote. I think I got 34,000. So it didn't. Majority of the registered voters didn't win. I mean, didn't vote. So it wasn't the majority of all registered voters that voted. So the legislation didn't pass. But 24 won at that time. That's the reason why when the legislation was done by President Shirley, he said 24 is the choice of the people. And he referred back to the time when the people voted for the 24 that passed, but that won, but it didn't pass because of the requirement of the supermajority vote. So, and at the time, 48 was still a part of it. And machine thousand to the next ethical. 80 hatasi Daniel dash chi ni will yen nasty. Queen Hairan Shin on Ditsa hatasi law. This 48 was his number. And ita in this kid of the ne. The numbers was the Kenin Nilige. Haish been getting numbers, Haish base that that's just no. I told them what all the numbers, where I was getting them from. 48, I told them it came from the Nahat Khatin Law. Did neck as the numbers get Kate and they. Just na Kido, Dido, na Kita, Tato, Hashita numbers get Kate and they. The neck as a Hanogo, 18 numbers is Kate and they. Before the 8 get out and general, which is neck at a Allah hatasi the ajus last igi just do as ye was thousand a copy had no a 48 thati least a kohade your castle ni 48 new deep in na 8048 beta di need to that of needle it's no quite is it a hati a even in I kind of have respect for that. Kula nishi like I said, 1,000 to aje yegon 1,000 at neck as old ege. I don't did the population make out at least in Ningi district sige. Ada ni that will be the route to go, but I think we need to change our process. Redistricting had no lack oje. Ada ni population make out. If there is an increase in certain districts, go try to read district in the sometimes they realize when they read district maybe 2 or 3 or 4 districts, they find out they have enough to create another district. To put out by population, by population, then apportionment of the 8 årskilt av tiden nærmest årskilt av standard så. Could you 48 så långt 8 årskilt av let's just use 400,000 because it's 48 or so now then other because chapter hinna hit so hit anil na long shade neto little a co-quite at the Bayan Tirani, it is at a reason the Kodo 48 de Yada, Becado the Aba population del on. There's a tremendous growth in certain areas. Add in the other nil on Sabanada, little shin Jondo, little store without. But I really appreciate your statement, Delegate. So. Chair, thank you.
Budget Finance Committee, it's 2:30. So we've been on this legislation for about 2.5 hours, debating and questioning. So with this, we do have any more questions from the committee? I recognize Chairman Daniel. So. Chairman Daniel So Che.
Yeah, no, the chair, Budget and Finance Committee. Ashwadita, can you hear me? Pagosila, Karo, Gati, Mr. Snidoli, Chicago sitting there, Sitchazan, Ado Sitele, Edison Winika, okay, Atlantic legislation, Ashun, Hot Egypt. So, Baggy, Banya Chiki, Hot Egypt, so, on late 2019, Koyate, Ado, the questions, Quaggy. Way back in 1992, when we first adopted the Title II amendments. I don't know what a Title II will on a needy Iliad or amend Ilia, a Quaggy. The question. What's the Navajo Nation government going to look like? So that was the main question the 88 members in 92 had to each other. Even not to aid this government development commission earlier. And the main purpose was to look at other forms of government. We can't these same discussions you're having today. Let's make the chapters elect delegates to make a lower house. What else? The other aspects at that time. The writers of the Title II amendments, basically, the U.S. Constitution is based on the workings of the 5 civilized tribes of the Northeast. When the United States came, or when the Pilgrims came, they were seeking freedom from religious freedom. They were seeking religious freedom. And so they saw how the tribes in the northeast part of the United States were conducting themselves. And so they liked that aspect. Even not a U.S. Constitution, U.S. government was formed in that manner. But that was the premise going to break away from a 2-branch government. In 1985, the Navajo Nation government became a 2-branch government. Court system was separated, where the judges were established to be independent. And so it was a 2-branch government, and then in 1992, we added the 3rd branch and said, the president, you run the executive branch. The council would be the legislative branch. And we will pick our own speaker, preside over the council proceedings. The Government Development Commission was tasked look at other forms of government, bring one that's applicable to our area. And they tried to bring those alternative forms of government, but the council kept shooting it down. That's the aspects I think we realized before in the 88 council. It was the growth centers that had the higher number of delegates. Shiprock having the most, and Chinle and Yuba City.
as I recall, 4, 3, and 2. So some of the discussion, and the main part is the aspect that we have to really look at is in 448, my understanding was with some of the Navajo ceremonies. There's 4, in the 4 directions, there's 12 holy beings, and that accounts for the 48. So that was one of the aspects that was really discussed, and we understand that the conception that by reducing the number from 88 to 12, we're going to cut down costs that the legislative branch uses. But again, it never happened. What it does require is staff. And for myself, in the 8 chapters that I represent, again, reinforcing what Honorable Crotty stated, my 8 chapters, from chapter house to chapter house, 180 miles long. And to attend a chapter meeting, again, to coincide with Honorable Karate's picture, it is impossible. And the only thing I really ever hear from the chapter officials is, there's Nande, or even the constituents, and it's going to remain that way until we raise the number to 48. I think what the Navajo people want is a representative that will be their the availability of a delegate to their constituents. So in that aspect, and the main thing that we have to realize is in Title II, the delegate is required to attend oversight committee meetings and meetings of the Navajo Nation Council above chapter meetings. In the requirement to be a delegate, it doesn't say we have to attend chapter meetings, but we do it as best as we can. And that's not satisfactory to the people that we don't meet with. So, I appreciate the discussion and some of these words and some of these points that were given were originally said in 1992. And what shall our government look like going into the future? And one of the main reasons that the majority of the council moved away from the chairman was that was imposed by the BIA. And at the time, when we were budgeting general funds, our resolutions had to go to the area director for concurrence. And that was one of the main reasons to also get away from that type of system. For us to spend our own money, we had to get the BIA's approval. and in that day and time, that wasn't just right for the leaders. So it gave us some independence and gave us a little bit more of our sovereignty.
Chairman,
Thank
Chairman,
you.
so
Thank you.
do you have a question for Mr. Delegate Winika?
Well, mainly just to reinforce support for the adoption of this particular legislation.
So, Chairman,
All right.
so this back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? Move on to Nabikia Tia, or there'll be further discussion on this legislation. If not, I'll call for the question to accept this legislation 251-21. If there's no further questions, Budget and Finance Committee. Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote for legislation number 0251-21. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Red.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I think at this time I could vote green, but I did request the report, Mr. Winika. Thank you. Delegate.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I will red.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes red. Chairman, we have 2 members voting in the affirmative, 2 members opposing, and 1 member excused, Chairman. So that's a tie vote of 2 in favor and 2 opposing, Chairman.
For that roll call vote, the Budget and Finance Committee, we do have a vote of 2 in favor, 2 opposed. Therefore, it's up to the chair to break the tie. And one thing is that the people, it will allow the people to become involved in their government through their votes. And this is a referendum for the people to decide. And we need to let the people decide on the makeup of the council as they did. So with that, I'll vote green.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. So the vote count is 3 in favor, 2 opposing, 1 member excused, and the chairman did vote to break the tie to in favor of the legislation. Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote. For a good discussion. Delegate Winika for bringing this legislation before the Budget and Finance, and it'll go on to Nabikia. With this next legislation, Delegate Pernell Halona, are you still on the call with us?
Good afternoon, sir. Yes, sir, I am. Chairman Daniel.
Christina and your agents are on the call too also?
Believe they were Champatero.
Okay, but the sponsor, as a sponsor, you're available, so we'll read this legislation into the record. Peggy, if you would read the legislation into the record for us, please.
This is a proposed standing committee resolution assigned to Health, Education, Human Services, Budget and Finance Committee. introduced by Pernell Halona and sponsored by Edison J. Wanika, tracking number 0250-21, an action relating to Health, Education, Human Services Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee accepting the Auditor General's audit report on the Fleet Management Department and the corrective action plan proposed by the Fleet Management Department. And it has a Health, Education, Human Services Committee with a due pass committee report with no amendment. And a vote tally sheet. Chair.
Christine Cadlan, thank you for that reading. Since Budget and Finance Committee, legislation 250-21, is there a motion to accept this resolution as read?
Elmer Gay votes. Motion.
Christine Delegate Elmer Peavy gave motion to accept this resolution. Is there a second?
This is Delegate Brown, I'll second.
Christine Delegate Nathaniel Brown, second. So we do have a motion and a second established with this. Is the Office of the Auditor General on the call this afternoon?
Good afternoon. This is Beverly Tom, Senior Auditor with the Office of the Auditor General in attendance.
Christina, thank you. With this, I'll defer some time to sponsor Delegate Pernell Halona to introduce the legislation to the committee. And then after that, I'll defer to the Office of the Auditor General to give us their report on the findings and their recommendations for a corrective action plan. So with this, Delegate Pernell Halona.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. This legislation, it concerns the Fleet Management Department, and an audit report has been done by the Auditor General, and there are a few findings that need to be corrected, and so there's a corrective action plan within this proposal. And so it's straightforward as far as the corrective action, and I'd like to have the Auditor General present those findings. And it's like to find out, see one more time if Tom Patero, are you on the call? Hearing none, Chairman.
Christina Kiadlashnanda. Well, the Auditor General is reporting. Peggy, if you would reach out to Mr. Tom Platero, as he is requested to be on the line by Delegate Pernell Halona. With this, Ms. Tom, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, committee members, Mr. Chair. I believe Mr. Raymond Holion, Department Manager, is on the line. And he's with the Fleet Manager.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. With that, let's continue with the Auditor General and her report. Go ahead.
Okay. On December 21st, 2021, the report was actually read into record. I believe there was a disconnection that happened with Mr. Halona, but I'll just provide a brief summary of the findings. The report is report number 21-12, and it was issued on June 2021. The audit was performed by Green Forensic Accounting Solution that was contracted through our office. The first finding is the Fleet Management did not maintain supporting documentations for all the vehicles in our audit samples. Finding 2, Fleet Management supporting documentation of acquisitions and disposal is inconsistent. Finding 3, Fleet Management does not verify damaged vehicles recovery efforts. Finding 4, Fleet Management does not adhere to Navajo Nation procurement rules and regulations when acquiring Navajo Nation fleet. Finding 5, Fleet Management did not verify that vehicles being received agreed with the purchase order. Finding 6, Fleet Management lacks a formal delegation of authority matrix. Finding 7, Fleet Management takes multiple years to dispose of vehicles. As a result of this audit report, Fleet Management did provide a response and was received, and the department acknowledged the findings. There was a corrective action plan that was developed by working with the department. The CAP was accepted by our office, and that was finalized as of October 8th, 2021. And the CAP was deemed to be effective in addressing the reported audit findings. That will be my presentation for the Office of the Auditor General.
Ms. Tom, for the report on the findings and from the Navajo Auditor General's office. With this, back to you, Delegate Pernell Halona. You do have Mr. Holian on the call with you as possibly maybe your agent, but I'll leave that up to you. Shenandoah, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, Chairman Henyo. I'd like to find out, yes, and since we do not have Mr. Patero on the line, I'd like to go ahead and give Mr. Holian a chance to present his side of the proposal. Mr. Raymond Holian?
Yes, I am here. I'm very new to fleet management and to the Navajo tribe right now. I started my position in April 5th of 2021. So soon after that, I started addressing some of the issues with the audit that was taking place. And we made some major improvements that we're going to implement and some policies that we're going to establish that's going to address these issues as the findings indicate. First was to develop a vehicle acquisition and disposition policy. And working with other departments, we're going to be transparent on all the files and documents as it pertains to the acquisition of vehicles and disposition of vehicles as well. In addition, we're working with procurement, risk management, and property management as well. So my entire staff will be working in unison in developing this policy that will help govern the findings that have been indicated. So if you have any questions, you're welcome to ask those questions now.
Well, thank you, Mr. Holian. Mr. Chairman Henry, I believe I have Tom Patero on the call now.
Mr. Tom Platero?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I believe Delegate Pernell Halona, sponsor of this legislation, is calling upon you to assist with providing response to the Auditor General report.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Mr. Holian has worked with the Auditor General to prepare a corrective action plan. We support Mr. Holian's corrective action plan, and we will continue to work with him. We do have several projects that we are hoping to get completed, and this is one of them. So we just ask for the committee's support to get the corrective action plan approved. He's already made, like he said, some improvements. A lot of it has to do with documentation. Most tribal programs, when they're audited, run into that issue. We've been doing things a certain way. We just now need to take pen to paper, create those policies and written policies and procedures, and come into compliance. It's been a learning experience for us, and we look forward to working with the Auditor General to make the necessary corrective actions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Here, Mr. Platero. Back to you, Delegate Halona. Does that complete your presentation, or do you have more of the?
Thank you, Chairman. I believe that will complete our presentation unless we have other questions that need to be answered.
With that, Budget and Finance Committee, questions, comments regarding the presentation regarding legislation 250-21.
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to ask the Auditor General, was there any findings that would reach the level of having to transfer any or refer any of these actions to white collar crimes? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Ms. Beverly Tom?
Good afternoon. This is Beverly. There is no action to report anything over to white collar crime at this time.
Christina, thank you for that response. Back to the Budget Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair Henios, Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Shenandoah, Chair Henio, and Budget Finance Committee members, those who are listening on board. Also, Honorable Halona for bringing this legislation in front of us. We're the final authority. And also the presentation that was provided, I think it was 2 weeks ago. Regarding this, my question is the vehicle sales. And it was a audit. What is the problem with the vehicle sales? Is it not enough interested people? Or I know that Navajo Nation does have a lot of vehicles that could be sold to the public or to the Navajo Nation, and open those doors, and even open the doors for elected officials. That's a concern, because at this point in time, you know, the sales for buying a new vehicle is astronomical. Maintenance on that, insurance. If they could open that up real quick and get those sales out to Navajo Nation employees or the general public, because these vehicles that Navajo Nation has, they are maintained accordingly with fleet management doing the services. The other one I heard too is the inventory. They're not conducting inventory. They're not providing what fleet management should be doing. It seems like they're falling into this rut of just being present, but not really taking care of the property, the inventory, the excess, the sales. What has happened to fleet management? How long ago did this start? I know we have a new person on board. His name is Raymond, and he's looking to, I guess, work with the conditions appropriate cap conditions of on the findings that were found with the Auditor General. So those are the questions that I have, and when are they going to look at that? And when are they going to open a door? So I know at one point in time they were trying to take them all into an auction yard, and they were recalled, and they were back on the sales. And yes, we have COVID-19 and all that going on, but it seems like everything is revolves around COVID-19. That they have a mini sale here, a mini sale there, and get these vehicles sold so that folks could have transportation. And some need pickup trucks, some need SUVs, some need vans. Some of these vehicles are in real well condition. Those are my questions and concerns. I'm hoping that will be addressed in the near future here. Thank you, Chair Henry.
Shenandoah, Vice Chair Smith. Back to Shenandoah, Delegate Pernell Halona. Response.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. I would like to refer that back to Mr. Patero. Like you said, it's been new to the program, and we're just trying to get this thing off the ground and start a new get some protection going over there. Mr. Patero?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, this audit was conducted from October 2018 to March 2020. Like Mr. Holion joined on April 2020, which was a month after this audit concluded. I joined General Services in February, so I joined with a month left on the audit. So most of it was probably already completed by then. We've already begun making some of the corrective measures. One of the things that we worked together with collaboratively was between Fleet Management, General Services, Real Property, and Linda Begay and the former program manager. We've been meeting probably since a month after Mr. Holion started. We identified about 240 vehicles. Out of those, 50 have been disposed of. The problem being is that a lot of these have been sitting there for a long time. We have vehicles that have been ready to be disposed of for 10 years. And our goal was, I believe we have a report, legislative concern, I believe, that's due by the end of the second quarter. Our goal was to have all of those cleared out. One thing you got to remember is the restriction that's made on who can buy these vehicles was actually approved by Budget and Finance Committee. Budget and Finance Committee, in the approval of the policy, the broad policy that was, financial policies that were approved underneath the former controller outlines vehicle disposals in two sections. The one section only makes it available for regular status employees. Me being a political appointee, I'm not eligible to buy a tribal vehicle. If I'm a temporary employee, I'm not eligible. If I'm a seasonal employee, say a Head Start employee, I'm not eligible. The policy was approved by this committee. So that's what governs what we can and cannot do. The other issue that we had was that there was a contract that was issued, and through the various changes in administration at finance and people retiring, those contracts weren't updated to where we can quickly get rid of vehicles. Some of those vehicles have been sitting in there. What we found is that people are beginning to get into where they're stored and taking parts from those vehicles. So they're not in the same condition as vehicles that are maintained and just exceed a certain mileage limit. So it's a systematic problem that's been there, but I'm confident that Mr. Holion, working with the other partners in this process, will get it completed. I believe we'll have the numbers down to less than 100 by the time that we have to provide the report to the, I believe, the Budget and Finance Committee and Health Education Committee, where we are on the disposal of vehicles. But it's a policy decision about who can buy these vehicles. If Budget and Finance so wishes, we could work with them to update it so that we can make sure that this issue doesn't continue. One of the things also is that we just got notice a week or 2 weeks ago from the controller, budget, comprehensive budget, we put in there a carryover of funds, and that was released, I believe, 2 weeks ago. Budgets went in a week ago, so that we can RFP out the process of automating the inventory, both for fleet management, to match up to the inventory with real property, to match up with the listing of inventory over at risk management, because these vehicles, right now, the process is that we get the insurance and then get through the channels, it gets to us. We want to make that system similar to your own personal insurance, where you log into an account and you can print a new insurance card if you need to. So those are the efforts that we have been making, again, with General Services, with Fleet Management, with property, real property, and also with risk management, because all three of us need to have the same data sets. When we compared the data sets that were on file with risk management, that didn't match what was on file with Fleet, what didn't match what was on file with property. You had a low of close to 900 to a high of over 1,400. So those are the things that we're working on to, I'm sorry, that's for buildings, I apologize. But the numbers at the end of this process will allow us to have one data set through the three entities. So we are working on that. We are looking to get the RFP out as soon as the budgets are uploaded, and we'll work with our partners to continue to improve the system. It does take time to get these things done, and like I said, we inherited a system. We're doing the very best that we can to get it resolved as quickly as we can, and we will continue working with the individuals that we need to, and we will keep the Auditor General Office informed of the progress that we're making on those. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay, Keala, thank you for that response to the questions that are being posed. Back to you, Budget Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Yes, no question here. I'd just like to make a directive after we vote on this.
Christina Viga. We'll do that. So if there's no further questions from the committee, Budget Finance Committee, I'll call for the question to accept Resolution 250-21. Hearing none. Ramona, if you would lead us on a roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote for legislation number 0250-21. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadid, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Excuse me.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting, and 1 member excused. Chairman?
Okay, thank you for that roll call vote. We do have a vote 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Legislation receives a due pass. Keala, Delegate Pernell Halona for bringing the legislation before Budget and Finance Committee.
Oh, no, yeah, I don't know. Thank you very much. Budget and Finance Committee members.
With that, next item on the new business action item is scheduling a follow-up meeting with
Sure.
I'm sorry. Let me retract that. I did. There is a directive. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Shannon. Chair Henio, for allowing me to do the directive. Move on to the next one. Committee members of the Budget Finance Committee.
How are you? Good.
Can you mute your phone, please, so we can hear your conversation in the background?
Thank you, Chair Henio. Yes, thank you, Chair Henio. I'd like to make a directive to the Mr. Julian and also to Mr. Matero regarding the fleet management policy that he mentioned. I'd like him to review that and see if we can, as the final authority on vehicle disposal, see if we can get that taken care of to open the auction for folks that say, as he mentioned, those that are not allowed and those that are allowed, make it uniform so those that are allowed and not allowed can bid for these vehicles, and we can get these vehicles sold rather than them sitting there getting vandalized and things happen, because that's Navajo Nation property that needs to be taken care of properly rather than just sitting there and not being processed out as soon as possible. So that's my directive on that behalf, to look at that policy and to make that policy more feasible for folks that do need a ride and do need to get a vehicle. And if they have the means of doing it, they can bid on it and get these vehicles sold accordingly to the policy. That's my directive. Thank you.
Hey, Vice Chair Smith, on your directive, is there a timeline? Vice Chair Smith?
Yes.
On your directive, is there a timeline?
Yes, I'd like to give that 90 days.
Okay. Just you know, with that, there is a motion on the floor as a directive from Vice Chair Smith to the Navajo Nation Fleet Management Department through the Division of General Services as to a review of their policies regarding fleet resale of fleet vehicles, and to revisit them to see how it could be revamped to be sold to the general public within the 90-day time period. With that, Budget and Finance Committee, is there a second?
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kness-Crotty, second. So we do have a motion and a second on the floor for the directive. With that, any questions, comments on the directive?
Chair Henio, that's Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith?
Yes, exactly what Mr. Patero had stated earlier. For those that are political appointees and those that are not allowed to bid on these vehicles, that's also in the directive too. I know that you mentioned just the general public, but the first would be tribal employees and all those that are within the nation, and then the general public could be considered in the directive too. Shenanda, thank you.
For clarifying the directive. And with that, Mr. Potero, are you taking notes on the directive?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, we are. Thank you.
Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments on the directive? If not, we'll go roll call vote. Ramona, if you lead us a roll call vote on the directive.
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote on the directive. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Amber Kness-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shredded, this is Delegate Crotty, vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kness-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Delegate Brown votes.
I'm sorry, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, what was your vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green, and Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, the vote tally for the directive is 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member excused. Chairman?
Christina, thank you for that roll call vote. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting on the directive passes. Okay, with that, let's move forward on our agenda. Scheduling a revisit on meeting with Saley Wheatfield Ag Project, requested by Vice Chair Slater to have the BNF committee revisit this project and to get an updates as far as what the progress is. And so we're here to schedule some dates where we can all meet and come together again. Our next regular meeting is January 18th, which is in 2 weeks. Though with that, the floor is open for discussion regarding dates and times that were all available.
Chair Heniel, this is Peggy.
Now, Peggy, go ahead.
Thank you. I believe Delegate Slater is on the call. And I was going to recommend that it could just be a report for January 18th with the Division of Natural Resources and the ag staff and those that are involved from the Saley Wheatfields area, and also with Vice Chair Slater.
Okay, that's one recommendation. Is it to be part of a report for January 18th, 2022. Vice Chair Slater, are you on the call today?
Oh, I'm here.
Shana, with that recommendation, what are your thoughts about making that part of a report, or do you still wish to have a separate day with this, the budget and finance and the Saley Wheatfield Ag?
Thank you, Chair. It's been several months now since we convened on this subject. Can I ask one question first, and that is, when is the next PTF update meeting? I think you mentioned it, but I missed it. And then second, my request would be to do a report at your next meeting to get everyone on the same page. And then if we could have a follow-up later in the month where we could discuss the action items. And this is due in part to the fact that we haven't convened in so long, but there were several action items from before, including, I think, some advisement from OLC and the DOJ on grant agreement for continuing out, paying out the remaining funds for the project so it can continue, and some other things like that. So that would be my request right now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the that request. So with this, Peggy, when was the last PTF quarterly meeting?
I believe the last one that we had was it June, or it's been a while. We've been really busy. And so we haven't had, let's see, we haven't had a meeting, let's see here. July, I believe. July, we had a meeting on the Northern Ag Project. That was just, on one project. The last update, I believe, was June 9th. That's when we had the last one. And the final quarter of the year, we didn't have any because we were busy. The budget consumed a lot of our time. And we've just been inundated with Zoom meetings of every variety, trying to get the ARPA funds situated. And so it seemed like there was very little time to get together an update meeting. So we haven't scheduled anything.
Kushina, thank you. What we could do right now is take that recommendation from Peggy and make it as part of the report on January 18th, 2022. And then we'll at that time we'll schedule another PTF quarterly meeting, possibly right after the winter session, maybe the very first part of February, we'll schedule a PTF quarterly meeting. So Peggy, if you would put that on the agenda on January 18th as an action item to schedule the PTF quarterly meeting. So with this, Shananta, Vice Chair Slater, the request would be part of the January 18th agenda as a report item. And then from there, we could get the updates. And then from there, we'll schedule another meeting if we need to thereafter, Shananta, if that's okay with you.
Chair Hinio, you sort of cut out for most of your statement that you just made. Could you repeat that for us, please?
Kashina, what I said was that this request, it will be part of the January 18th agenda as a report item. And we'll get the initial updates from Department Ag and also from all the other players within this project. Though from there, we can schedule another PTF quarterly meeting right after the winter session. So it would be the first part of February for the quarterly meeting. And if you wish, we could put this as an action item on the January 18th agenda to schedule the PTF meeting. Did you get that, Peggy?
Yes, I did. Thank you for repeating yourself.
Kashina, here you go. With that, Shananta, Vice Chair Slater, will this work for you?
So on the 18th, Chair, you'll have a report, and then you'll also schedule the PTF meeting, and then at the PTF meeting, we'll get an update on any discussion or action items from the 18th, and then go from there. Is that correct?
Oh, that's correct.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that and the leadership of the committee. Yeah.
Shananta, for bringing this before the committee. So therefore, Peggy, do we need to take action on this item, or we'll just move forward, relying on your guidance here?
It is an action item, so we just need a motion second to accept this as a upcoming report for January 18th. So we won't have a separate meeting, but it'll just be a report. But it's if you want to, if you don't choose to do a motion second, that's fine too.
Kashina, since it's an action item on our agenda, I'll ask for a motion in a second to include this report. Motion by Shananta, Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Shananta, Delegate Amber Canespa-Crotty, second. So we do have a motion and a second to put this as a report item on the January 18th agenda. With that, Amy, is there any questions, comments? Then I'll call for the question. Roll call vote. Ramona?
Sure, Chairman. We'll call vote for the update meeting on the Saley Ag project. Excuse me. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadow, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Vote green, say.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member excused. Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote. This do pass. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With this, moving forward to the next item, which is close of business. written announcements. Motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn, Delegate Begay. Motion to adjourn by
Second,
Shenandoah,
Delegate Brown.
Elmer P. Begay, and second by Shenandoah, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. So with this, any questions, comments?
Chair,
We'll do a roll call vote to adjourn.
Chair Hymio, this is Peggy.
Peggy.
I don't have a written announcement, but just to let the Arizona delegates know that the Arizona legislature is going into session next week. The Tribal Leaders Day is on the 12th, and there is a deadline for January 7th. If you plan to attend the Tribal Leaders Day, they need to have you pre-register on the 7th. That's the deadline, is the 7th. You have to call in to a lady, and it was on the Navajo Times. It was in the Navajo Times, I should say. But I can send that information out to you. And also the state task force of Navi is having a work session on Saturday, and it may go into Sunday. But this is in preparation for the lobbying trip to the Arizona State Legislature. There are meetings that are being set up with Mike Galecki and Carlisle Begay, the lobbyists for our Arizona, for the council. And so I'm just letting you know that this is going on. The Zoom meeting is going to be on Saturday at 9 o'clock, and I'm their advisor for the state task force. So I'm just letting you know, the Arizona delegates, we met Friday with the New Mexico lobbyists at the Hispano Chamber of Commerce in Albuquerque, or actually not Friday. Yesterday we met with the New Mexico lobbyists, and I did invite the New Mexico delegation. We had most of our state task force that was there, and few other delegates attended, but we welcome your participation. Thank you.
Ken, for that information, Peggy. So if you can get all the information out to the committee by email and the contact information, it'd be very helpful. With that, Shenandoah, Delegate Amber Canales-Facari.
Yes, Chair. I just had a question, Ms. Nakai. Do you know if the Coconino County Commissioners have selected who's going to replace Arizona State Senator Jamesita Pashlukai?
As of the meeting, Chair, can I speak? I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Peggy.
Okay, at our meeting on last month in December, it was still tentative on her resignation, Jamesita Pashlukai, because she's going to be taking a federal position, and it hadn't been announced yet. And there hasn't been any decision yet by our Coconino supervisors yet. We haven't heard, but by this Saturday, Mr. Bielecki and also Carlisle have been following this issue, and so they will probably provide an update on Saturday. State Task Force. Thank you for the question.
Christina, thank you for that information. With that, is there no further questions or comments? A roll call vote for adjournment.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote for adjournment. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Amber Canales-Balcrotty, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Crotty about green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Canales-Balcrotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, one member not voting, and one member excused. Chairman?
Thank you, Anna. Thank you for that roll call vote. We are hereby adjourned at 3:38 p.m. Vote 3 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Kaya launched the Budget and Finance Committee for a real good, productive meeting. And be safe out there.
Thank you, everybody, for your participation, and we look forward to your participation in January